April 7th, 2025 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. I'm William Ray. I'm the chairperson of the board. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Brown, Mr. Sadal, who just sat in, welcome, and Mr. Neal should be coming in momentarily. And then to my left, we have Mr. Nelson, Ms. Jessica Smith, and Ms. Shauna Smith. And then we have Mr. Jordan, who should be also joining us momentarily. We have our meeting a little earlier this day, and so it might take just a little bit longer for some of our board members to get here. Staff members present today are Ms. Clark, Mr. Foster, and we have a new staff member, Ms. Carrie, help me with that last one. Bachet. I told her I was going to mess it up. Ms. Working and Mr. Ziegler. And Mr. Hugie is our attorney, and he should be here also as well. There's a lot of traffic on 526. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and new media have also requested declaration of our hearing and have also been notified. Board members, the public meeting and the meeting notes for March 3rd, our annual meeting, and the March 3rd public hearing meeting notes were mailed to you. Are there any questions? Are there any changes? Yep. I'm taking my time. I'm trying to let all these other board members come in.
All right.
So yes, at this time, if there are none, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right. Do I have a second? Mr. Brown, okay. We got to speak it up for the record. Remember that, okay? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. It does carry. Thank you. Our case rulings from this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public for public review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Commission Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body, and it has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related matter and decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide cases and appeals on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of the zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use for a specified location within the zoning district. Upon demonstrating that use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that the special exception meets all 6 of the approval criteria in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA regulations and the ordinance where such an action will not be contrary to the public interest and where it is owing to the conditions particular to the property and not the result of the actions or the situations of the applicant. A literal enforcement of this code would result in the unnecessary and undue hardship, and such a variant is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of the State of South Carolina and Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variant meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. I see we have everybody now. I'm happy. I was sitting on pins and needles. Our purpose for this interest meeting for this party is, our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a member of the BZA feels a need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding, and we can take no action over their jurisdiction on your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's representative or agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed to be correct and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data that has been accumulated for staff for the purpose of identifying the location and the application's effects on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to the applicants, and U.S. mail to neighbors and community members. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted tonight are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction has been started or development has been commenced or has been diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and an applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board is mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time deprives the court of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All of the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either in writing or orally. Each person who wishes to speak to this board tonight, we ask that you stand in a group, and our secretary will administer the oath. At this time, would you please stand?
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workin. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name, and the current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask for those speaking either in support or opposition of the case. They will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. And then finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight, we will hear 1 old case and 7 new cases. Ms. Workin, if you would, present our first case, BZ 1124-00823. And one other thing I'd like to state, we have monitors in front of us, so you won't catch us looking behind at some of the illustrations that you have behind us. Thank you.
All right. The applicant and property owner, J. Marshall Milligan of Tiger Devil LLC, is requesting a variance to remove 2 grand trees for a proposed single-family residence at 311 Papa Charlie Way, which is TMS number 334-12-00016 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the east, south, and west are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. Adjacent properties to the north are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. On January 6, 2025, the BZA heard the applicant's request for a variance to remove 3 grand trees for a proposed single-family residence. The BZA voted to defer the request. Since January, the applicant has revised the site plan and is requesting to remove 2 grand trees, a 24-inch diameter breast height, DBH red maple, and a 24/28-inch live oak. Those are highlighted in pink on the plan. Both trees are a grade B. The proposed plan has been revised to preserve the 32-inch DBH Darlington oak tree that the applicant was requesting to remove in January. So this is a side-by-side of the two plans, the revised plan on the right. The 0.71 acre property is currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to construct a single-family residence. The property contains 8 grand trees. The applicant property owner plans to preserve 4 of the grand trees, the 76 triple oak tree and 28 DBH oak tree located in the front, the 30-inch DBH oak located to the rear, and the 32-inch DBH Darlington oak tree. And then the trees highlighted in yellow are the ones that they are asking to remove. And that's the 40-inch and 48-inch oak trees. The 40 and 48-inch trees highlighted in yellow are the trees that were administratively approved. I don't know if you could see, the 2 in pink are the grand trees that they're asking to remove. This is the ordinance requirement for grand tree removals. The 300-foot radius map. Aerial, a zoomed out aerial. And we posted the subject property on March 14th, 2025. This is a picture of the red maple tree. And then the double oak. And then this is the tree they're going to save now, the Darlington. They're preserving this tree now under this plan. The survey site plan and the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 5. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event you choose to approve the application, we have 3 suggested conditions. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 76 DBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 9.2.4 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree restoration plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. Any questions?
Any questions of staff, board members? No questions? Thank you so very much, Ms. Workin. Is the applicant present? Very good. You close to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Good evening. My name's Marshall Milligan. My address is 125A Wapu Creek Drive, Suite 102, 29412. I hope everybody is well. We went back to the drawing board. If the memory serves from the first hearing, This is a heavily wooded lot with trees kind of interspersed throughout, and we're trying to save as many as we can. I went to the builder and had a couple of different versions of the plan, but there's not really a place I could even put a portalet on this property without affecting a tree just because of where they are, and you can see all the circles on the diagram. So we moved it forward and over to bring the 32-inch oak out of the need to come down and really just need a canopy variance for that one. And then in speaking with the tree folks with Charleston County, Mr. Foster, we moved the driveway over far enough away from the huge oak that's in the bottom left corner that's 76 inches so as not to disturb the root structure. Our goal is to save as many trees on this lot as we can because it's beautiful. There are a lot of beautiful oaks on this lot. The double-trunked tree that comes down is really one that it appears healthy, but I think in talking to tree people over the years, it's going to grow and split down the road anyway. And the other one, is literally right in the middle of a lot. So I really tried to do everything I can to save as many as I could. The original request was for 4 trees, and I've gotten it down to 2. And I'm protecting the root structure of the biggest oak on the property, which is that 76-inch. As Jennifer stated, the 40 and the 48 that were highlighted in yellow, those are already kind of diseased trees that have already been approved to take down. So of the 8 grands, 2 are administratively approved. I'm not sure if those 2 were in the 8, but of the 8 left, we're only asking for 2 to come down. So it's a really shaded, heavily wooded lot. I think for anybody to be able to ever build a house on this property, those 2 trees are going to have to come down. They're just right in the middle of the lot.
Okay, very good. I have a question I want to start off with you. 2 questions. What is the square footage of the home that you're building?
It is,
Or the footprint?
yeah, that was in the original filing.
And the other part of it, how long have you owned this property?
This property was purchased in 2023, almost exactly 2 years ago.
And why is this property unique to you?
So if you remember from the first meeting, this is a project that we purchased. There are 3 lots on this property. This lot is the back lot. There's a middle lot and a front lot. And the front lot was a home that was in bad disrepair that we've since refurbished completely, and it's really a pretty spot. These are big James Island lots. I grew up on James Island. I like to see conscious development. I don't want to see 5 lots in a place where there were 3 because these are big lots. So we decided to kind of do this development as the property sits instead of trying to turn it into 6 lots and really cram houses in there. These are all over half an acre lots, all 3 of them. And so the back 2 lots, the middle one is not, there are no tree issues on that one. But the back one, the one that we're talking about at the hearing, it's heavily, heavily wooded. So there's just trees everywhere in order to do anything with the lot, ever. At some point, the trees, at least these 2 would have to come down.
Okay. Do you have the answer for the square footage?
Yeah, I'm digging through my paperwork if you can.
Okay.
I know it was, the original house plans were in that original filing. You know what? I'm in the wrong folder. Give me just a second. And we tried smaller. That was one of the things we talked about the first time was the square footage of the house. And we took it down. The survey guy drew a couple of different versions while I was on the phone with him, and even going way smaller, it was still going to impact these 2 trees.
Okay.
But the square footage for the one that's in the submission is, here it is, 2,500. So not a huge mansion. It's a 2,500 square foot.
And that's
And that-
heated, correct? That's heated or heated and unheated?
I think that's garage inclusive.
Okay.
So, I mean, that it's a pretty, it's not a, 5,000 square foot albatross that I'm putting in the middle of this lot, and that's why the trees are coming into play. We tried a 1,800 square foot version, a 1,500 square foot version. There's just no version of the house where it needs to go on the lot that wouldn't impact at least two of the grand oaks, because you can see the circles. I mean, it touches a couple of them that if you move it one way or the other or shrink it and slide it back, it's going to bring another tree into play and may free up one of these two.
Okay.
So we're trying to minimize the impact.
And remind me, you are going to reside in this home?
No, I'm not.
Okay. We have some new board members, so I'm asking these
Oh,
questions
got
for
it.
you.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
So
No,
that
this
they
is
can
not a house
also,
for- yeah.
I'm trying to help you.
Got it. Yeah, no, this is not a house for me. This is a house that will be sold, but it's somebody's dream home. And if it wasn't me building it, if somebody were to buy the vacant lot and come, the house, any house plan is going to impact these two trees, whether I'm living here or it's somebody else.
Okay. Let's see if any other board member have a question for you. Anybody on my left?
Are we going to speak with the arborist too?
If you have a question for the arborist, you can ask a question of the arborist.
Well, I had a question about the estimated age of the Darlington oak that's being kept. What is the estimated age of that oak, and what is the average age of a Darlington oak?
Questions for me?
Sure.
Okay. It's difficult to age precisely trees. So this tree's a 32-inch tree, so it could be anywhere between 50 to 80 years, depending on the light requirements it's getting, the soil, nutrients, the water. I would say between 50 and 80.
Is it nearing the end of its life, the Darlington oak that they're keeping?
No, it shows quite good vigor to it. It's a very healthy tree.
Good question. Anybody else to my left? Yeah, okay. Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Milligan, I wasn't here the last time you presented, so I'm getting up to speed on this particular project. For the subdivision, the lot that you purchased, did you subdivide the lot, or was it already subdivided?
No, so the plat of record when we purchased it was 2 lots. But some point in the 70s, the middle lot was created by deed. So it was
Okay.
being taxed as 3 lots by Charleston County at the time we purchased it. We recorded a plat that kind of just drew what the county was already taxing
Okay.
in order to get it kind of platted. And it's hard to sell property that doesn't have a plat of record, so we wanted to get everything kind of as official as we could.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any questions to my right? No? Come on, not one? Okay. Well, thank you so very much for your time today. Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Now, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff regarding this case? Do we have any general discussion? Well, I need a motion to approve or deny.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion for BZA case 1124-00823 to approve this request for a variance. I find that it meets all 7 of the criteria for approval. There are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this property. You've heard testimony that the builder has tried to look at different size of floor plans. Even reducing the floor plan by as much as 1,000 square feet would not remedy the need to remove these 2 trees. And as previously, when he presented, he was asking for more numbers of trees to be removed, but he moved the driveway and slightly moved the house in order to reduce the number of trees requested to 2. It does not, number 2, does not apply to other properties in the vicinity. This is unique to this lot. And I do find that it unnecessarily prohibits the usage of this property to build a home, given that we've tried several different square footage properties to fit into the area, reducing the numbers of the trees. It will not be a substantial detriment to the property or the public good to grant this variance, and it will not establish a use that's not permitted in the zoning district. It is not the result of the applicant's actions. In fact, it's strictly the nature of the lot and where the trees are spaced throughout. And the applicant has tried, as we've heard testimony, to make accommodations by moving the driveway and adjusting the house slightly to reduce and save two of the largest of the grand oaks on the property. And it does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. And this motion includes the three conditions that are outlined by staff.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? Yes.
Say one thing, I want to thank the applicant for his thoughtful presentation. This points up, I think, one of the wisdoms we have when we have a deferral, go back, look at it, we're able to have a win-win situation, which we save more trees. So I thank you for everything you've done.
Okay. We have a motion that's been properly moved and second. You had a question? Your comment?
I have a statement.
Okay.
I just want to echo what my colleague said. I was going to say something similar, which is it makes me personally feel good to see when things can be worked out. Because I sit here, and I'm sure I'm not the only one to see people that don't exactly get what they originally asked for, and they stomp out mad, and I want to run after them so bad, but I can't by saying, hey, cool down a minute and listen to the staff. They really want to help you. And so I think this is an example of some of the good that can come of that mindset. So I thank you for your willingness to do that. And I hope that can be an example to others.
Okay. So we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. 2, 3, 4. Any opposed? Did you have your hand up, Mr. Jordan? I didn't see your hand.
First time.
Oh, okay. I just didn't see your hand. So it was unanimous. It carries. Congratulations. So your application has been approved, and within 10 days, you'll get information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Our next case will be case BZA 1224-00834. Thank you, Ms. Working, for having that posted up there so quickly. Thank you.
The applicant, Tyler Spears of Bessemer Road LLC, represented by Bob Albemarle of Reaver Group, is requesting a variance to remove 2 green trees for a proposed subdivision at 1572 and 1576 Joe Rouse Road and 3037 Julius Robertson Road. And that's TMS numbers 583-000007 and ending in 008 and ending in 234. And that's in the east area of Charleston County. Parcel ending in 007 is owned by Nancy Lynn Martin. The parcel ending in 008 is owned by Daniel A. Martin. And parcel ending in 236 is owned by Priscilla Lynn Martin. The combined acreage for the subject properties is 19.12 acres. The subject properties and surrounding properties to the southeast, south, and west are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. Properties located to the north and northeast are in the town of Mount Pleasant's jurisdiction. The subject properties are located in the Phillips community, which was designated as a historic district on the Charleston County Historic Designation List. More specifically, the applicant is requesting to remove a 14 by 16 inch diameter breast height DBH grand live oak tree, and that's a grade B tree, near lot 15, and to remove a 27 inch DBH grand willow oak tree, grade A tree, near lot 26. The applicant is currently in the subdivision process. The applicant's letter of intent explains Bessemer Road LLC is proposing to develop Phase 3 of the Covington subdivision at the end of Hopkins Lane, which is Phase 2. This phase will consist of 40 single-family residential lots and a community gathering area. This is the zoning ordinance requirement for removal of grand trees, the 300-foot radius map, aerial photograph, and then this, we posted the subject properties on March 14th. This is the 14, 16-inch live oak tree, which again is a grade B, and then the willow oak tree, grade A. Just a couple pictures of, we had to post each property, and just, this is the end of Hopkins Lane. And then this is Hopkins Lane, which will be the entrance to phase 3. The tree removal plan and the plats for each lot. Sorry. Oops, sorry. Okay. Okay. So staff stated that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, that it may not meet 3 and 6, and it meets 5. So for 3 and 6, we stated that the variance may be the result of the applicant's own actions because the applicant can reduce the number of lots and reimagine the overall design to ultimately preserve the trees. We did receive 9 public comments in opposition for this case. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the case based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, we have the following suggested conditions. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 57 dBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, including the installation of canopy trees, no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. And 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. Have any questions?
Does anybody have questions of staff? Yes,
I
sir.
have a question. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, to achieve an acceptable result, how many lots will have to be reduced? If we've got some, I think you said 40, approximately, how many
So
would have
in
to be
their, yeah, in
reduced
the,
to make this work?
yeah, so they are requesting 40 lots. In the design, you could see they're not actually on the proposed lots, they're just near, like in the proposed right-of-way. So, but in order to get this plan, they would have to remove, they would lose those 2 trees. So not really necessarily losing a lot, but they can't build a road. Does that make sense? No. It might be better if they explain
Not
it
really.
to you.
If they don't remove the trees, do I understand they're not going to be able to have a drive to get into the subdivision?
Well, it's just that they can't have this layout. But I can't give you the exact number of lots they would lose with a different layout. That's what I guess is hard to answer. Because in this case, the trees aren't on lots. So we can't just say eliminate those 2 lots and save the trees. That won't work for this plan.
Mr. Brown?
And the approval process or site approval for this process, is there anything limiting the number of lots or anything like that? Like this 40, have they met all requirements to get that amount, or is there anything else that's?
Yeah, so
Can you
it meets the
discuss that?
density for S3.
Okay.
Good question, Mr. Brown. Anyone else on my right have a question of staff? You have another question?
I do have another question. Previously to this design, was the lot layout different? Have there been various versions
I
of
haven't
this
seen
presented
any
to
other
y'all?
versions, but that's a good question to ask. It's possible that they've had more than one, because it doesn't get to me until they know they're going to need a variance.
And is there any stipulation in zoning that I'm maybe not aware of that would make these roads have to be orthogonal and straight and not?
Nope.
No, there's a minimum width, but that's it. Yeah.
Good question again. Any questions? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Working, do you have an idea of how many trees have been protected and put into open space on this particular property?
I do not have that number. I think they provided an arborist report in their in the packet.
They did. I'll
And I
confess, I
think-
did not read the entire thing.
Okay, and I believe their arborist is here tonight, so they
Okay.
can answer that question.
Another good question.
One more.
Okay.
The layout of this particular neighborhood, is it similar to phases 1 and 2 of the development?
That's a good question.
And again, I can ask the applicant.
It looks somewhat similar, like size of lots, if you look at the radius map.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Working.
Okay.
All right, let's get him up. Let's get the applicant up here. Is the applicant present? Good afternoon. Please state your name and address for the record, please, and tell us why we should approve this application, sir.
Yes, sir. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Bob Almiral with Revere Group. I'm representing the applicant. I'm at 2971 West Montague in North Charleston. I have with us tonight, if you may recall, some of you, that we deferred at the last hearing because our arborist was not available. I do have our arborist here, and with the board's permission, I would like to have them help answer some of the questions that the board has already asked. But prior to that, we have worked, this was initially submitted 2 years ago, and to answer one of the questions, there have been quite a few iterations of the project layout. And we worked diligently with staff and with Ms. Avery and Mr. Foster. A couple of the main changes that I'll point out, and you can't really necessarily see them without overlaying, but there was originally a connector road between the two, I'll call them east-west, left-right roads, that was pushing out the lots and impacting a few of the trees. We also had one large stormwater management pond in what I'll call the upper left-hand corner of the site. That was the most efficient stormwater management facility. What we realized is that that was also impacting two nice grade B trees up in that area that you can see are currently shown to be retained. And so the site layout changed to add the second stormwater management pond on the right side. And then the third element is just south of the pond, you'll see there's a gathering area. And what we identified is that there were a cluster of 4 very nice grand trees in that area. And so the developer chose to create a gathering area, which is, in essence, looks like an oversized lot, and it houses those 4 large grand trees for the community gathering area. And so those were some of the changes that we were making through the iterations to try to work with staff. We also work closely with Mr. Foster on his tree evaluations. This is a challenging lot. It's unique in the sense that, in essence, is an infill lot because it's now been surrounded. It has limited access utilities. We've been working closely with Mount Pleasant Waterworks, with the town of Mount Pleasant, because Hopkins Lane, as Ms. Working indicated, is actually in the town of Mount Pleasant. And so the extension of Hopkins Lanes requires coordination with the town. And so we've been working very closely. To answer the question on the number of or at least grand trees I can speak to, maybe not significant, but there will be 15 grand trees remaining on the site after the 2 trees are removed. And the 2 trees, as Ms. Working indicated, they are in the public right-of-way, excuse me, and we were not able to find any solution where we could save those short of truncating those roads significantly to the tune of half the development. And we also wanted to provide that road access all the way over to that gathering area. So that's what prompted that particular part of the layout. Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I cede the rest of my time to the arborist, or?
I'd like to know how much time we have left. 2 minutes. That's not how we operate it. So
That's fine.
we
I'll
have to
follow your
bombard you with
protocol.
questions first.
Yes, sir.
And then your arborist can also have an opportunity to speak on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Is there anything else you would like to say prior?
No, just that we would request your approval of this on the ground that it is a unique lot. We've been working diligently. I will tell you, over the past 2 years, we've made 6 separate applications to staff, which is way more than I've done on any of my other civil engineering projects. But staff has, I will commend them. They worked very hard to work with us on which trees they thought could be impacted. We've done very detailed grading analysis. We have some trees that have retaining walls on certain sides of them, all in an effort to save the most beautiful trees that are out on the property. Unfortunately, the 2 trees that are within in the right-of-way, we just simply were not able to avoid. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's see if any board member has a question for you. So my first question, so these 2 trees, they're in the road basically where you have it designed and laid out, correct?
They're in the right-of-way.
The right-of-way?
One's in the sidewalk and one's just inside the right-of-way. They're not physically in the paved area. However, to get cover over our storm drainage pipes, the majority of the site is filled by about 2 feet. So even though from a 2-dimensional standpoint, it looks like it's right on the edge, we determined that the tree would not be viable because of the amount of fill and compaction that the road would put over the root zone.
So I'm going to lob one to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you couldn't put, and these are 2 straight roads that you have in here, right?
These are private roads. They're secondary county roads, privately owned and maintained.
Okay. So is there any way that the road can be deviated where you can kind of go around them?
You can. What we found is as we went around one, we started impacting others. And as we started reevaluating the different geometries of the roads, the lot yield, I realize that's not the board's consideration, but it wasn't a matter of losing a lot or 2. It was losing half the lots. It became an untenable layout situation.
I can see that approach on the one at the very top, but how about that one that's next to the one at the very bottom?
Yeah, that road would have to be stopped to the right of the gathering area, which would probably impact maybe 5 to 6 lots over there. I'd have to lay that out, but I think it would be pretty impactful.
The 27-inch oak?
You're referring to the one on the bottom left?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I don't know that we can get around that without impacting one of the other trees.
Because you have another 26-inch diameter tree there also.
Yeah.
Next,
And
across
a lot
from
of
it.
that had to do with working with Mr. Foster on some of the trees. There's a significant number of grand trees on the property that have been deemed to be not in good health. And so we were working carefully to make sure those were the first trees that were called to be removed, if you will, and then working hard to save the trees that were in good health.
And what's the average size lot, especially lot number 32, 31, 32, and 33?
The average lot in the S3 is 12,500 square foot. I could not tell you what the size of the home would be for the developer, for the builder.
Okay, because you also have a pump station right next to it as well.
Yes, sir. In that
Or
area,
lift
that'll
station.
be bare right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's no other way you can avert saving that tree? Or you want to save that for your forester, or your arborist, excuse me?
I would like to defer to the, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see if anyone else here has a, there we go. Good to see you, sir.
Go last since I was late.
No, we're going to let you go first. I know you hurried to try to get over here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the issue that I saw on this plat before I got here, and now that I'm studying it closer, is the 2 trees are both in A condition, is that correct?
1A and 1B.
1A and 1B, and the one on the top is A?
No, the one on the top is B.
Okay.
Kyle, please correct me if I misspeak.
So one of the criteria that we have that we always struggle with is that the authorization of this variance is basically not, you didn't create the problem. You're creating the problem and asking us for the variance. And I'm following up on what the chairman has said, and the chairman was asking about these two trees. If you lost a lot, could you redesign the road? Well, and you said, no, it really wouldn't work. You'd have to lose a lot of lots. Well, that's still of your own making. So, I mean, I'm looking at it from a layman's standpoint because I'm not an engineer or an arborist. And the top one, that straight road, whether it's a county road or a public road or a private road, I mean, the tree is towards the end of the cul-de-sac. If you were to not develop the last 6 lots on that cul-de-sac, you could probably save that tree. There'd be some variation of the road that would still have it. And at the bottom, same deal. The tree is that you're trying to ask for a variance to cut down, this 26-inch quality A, grade A tree, impacts the ending cul-de-sac, which has 5 or 6 lots on it and one more. So now you're losing 12 lots. I agree, that's the material difference, but that's the plan that you've come up with. How can you persuade me to vote and move this along with just my vote for that scenario? Because I wouldn't want to. I mean, you already got how many lots on this thing total?
40.
40?
Yes, sir.
So if you lost 10 of them and saved 2 trees, that's just the argument I'm making or asking about. How would you respond to that?
Yes, sir, I understand. I certainly can't speak financially on behalf of the developer, but what I can tell you is from the civil engineering side is the challenges that I've had have been the location of the access and the geometry of the lot. And there's also, it's a little hard to see, but just to the left of the pond, there are 2 existing lots that are not part of the subdivision. And so there are very unique challenges from the size. And then there's also at the very upper left corner, again, not graphically shown very clearly, I apologize, there's a very large county drainage ditch. So it was the constraints that we were having on the site, as well as the developer's request for the yield. But this is not the maximum yield. We could have, had we filled in, some of the ditch or moved over, the developer wasn't trying to necessarily get every lot out of it. The gathering area was certainly an area that he.
So if we lost lots that were impacted by saving these 2 trees, they could turn into green areas and the subdivision would still be fine. It just doesn't have as many lots on it as desired. Is that a good, fair analysis?
It is a fair analysis to say. I think that it would be, I think one of the criteria talks about, is it a reasonable request, under the state code? And I would maybe argue, sir, that it's not reasonable to lose 1/3 of the lots.
That's a fair argument. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on my right have a question? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Have any, I guess when you say go around, you mean curving the road instead of these straight ones? What about other locations for the sidewalk? Granted, it might not be as continuous and maybe as pedestrian friendly as this one is, but have other, slight shifts rather than dramatic ones that take out half of your lots. Can you have other versions been made that are a little more subtle than that too?
Right. And actually, we did look at that because the code only requires a sidewalk on one side of the road, and we did play with putting the sidewalk on various sides. But really what it came down to is that fill condition. And even if we were to keep our development out of half the root zone, the other half would have about 2 foot of fill. And we didn't see, working with our arborist, that there was any scenario where that tree would survive unless the road was completely moved. In other words, the sidewalk itself didn't get us where we needed to go. Had it been at grade, and if I could have put it right at the grade of the base of the tree now, that might have been a different scenario, but we couldn't get the cover over the storm drain system, so that's what triggered that.
Good question. Yes, sir.
Sure. With regard to the tree at the bottom of the chart showing the lots,
Yes, sir.
it looks like to me that if you just curve that road and between the 2 trees you have marked with X's, that you eliminate the problem, at least for that tree, right? You just curve that road over to I'm not a civil engineer, but toward the cul-de-sac, and then that eliminates that particular issue, right?
Yes, and in fact, when we first submitted this plan, we had some fairly tight curvature road radiuses, and we received a comment from the Public Works Department that we had to adhere to the minimum centerline radius. And so really what it does is to meet the curvature of the road that the Public Works Department would require. It goes back to the discussion earlier, is that it probably would impact 5 or 6 lots. I realize that's not your question, but just for stating that.
I don't think it's a pronounced curve by moving it down, looks like. It just seems to me that you've already got the cul-de-sac carved out there, and if you just curve it slightly to go into the cul-de-sac, you could go between those 2 trees, it would appear.
I think all the lots south of what is currently the road alignment from the cul-de-sac to the right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, there would be at least 4 to 5 before the road. And again, I have to meet minimum lot criteria, so all of these lots have to have the minimum square footage and frontage. And so I think it's more impactful, sir, than it may look.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you considered changing some of the lot sizes? Maybe instead of
12,500 is, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's
12,500
quite okay, because a lot of times you can have mixed lot sizes as well. Am I
Now,
correct?
we haven't requested a rezoning. This is based on the current S3 zoning. These are the minimum lot sizes, so it would require a rezoning of the property.
So that's the minimum, but you could always increase it, right? 1 or 2 of them.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So take away from this one, but add to another one.
Well, you can't take away from one. I mean, the 12,005 is absolute minimum, which is kind of what you're seeing here.
You
But
can
to your
lose
point,
one,
you
though.
could have larger lots.
Any more questions on my right? How about on my left? Yes, ma'am.
I had the same question, which I think you've already answered, which is, can you not just slightly curve the road to avoid the tree? And then my second question is, are you allowed to increase density at all by allowing townhomes or apartments? That way you could maintain the financial viability of the project while protecting the trees?
I might defer to Ms. Working on the second part, but my understanding is the S3 zoning would not allow the higher density.
It's 3 a single family.
Yeah, it's 3 dwelling units per acre, single family.
What did you say?
3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. Do people often submit variances for that?
Sorry, you can't get a variance for that. It would have to go through planning commission and county council to change the zoning.
Okay. I like density, so I'll always ask that. Thanks.
Any more on my left? Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much for your testimony
Yes, sir,
today.
thank you.
So we have someone else on your staff that would like to speak as well? Would like to speak in favor? He just had to step out for a second. Mr. Nelson had to step out to take a call.
There should be 2 of us. She'll need to be sworn in.
Okay, so I'm only going to take one at a time. Would you prefer she go first?
Sure.
Okay. If you would, Ms. Working, if we could administer the oath to her? Welcome.
Hello.
Bring that mic down because we want to hear every word you have to say. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve this application.
Sure. I'm Ashley Connolly with Save a Tree at 2851 Maybank Highway on Johns Island. And I'm an ISA certified arborist as well as tree risk assessment qualified. We were retained by the applicant to assess all of the grand trees on the property and to assist them in developing a plan that would reduce the impact to as many grand trees as possible. As Bob was just indicating, there have been many iterations of this plan. And one of the things that we specialize in is assuring that not only if there are certain trees that need to be removed, that these plans do not encroach too closely to trees that we would like to see preserved. So what I would say is generally with these development plans, we see too many trees retained that don't have long-term viability. And that ends up being a risk to the homeowners in the long term, as well as an expense to the community as a whole. And so what I will say about this project is that while it is requiring the removal of 2 grade A and B trees, the extent of preservation that the applicant has agreed to enact here is greater than we would normally see. Especially as Bob was explaining, the green area, that space is not something you would normally see. The applicant would typically come forth and ask to build some smaller home there, and then we've got grand trees that look like they're going to be preserved, but in the long term, the critical root zone is encroached so much that the trees aren't viable. I appreciate the board and commend them for requesting different options. But however, when you try to remove a road, and as Bob was saying, in a 2-dimensional rendition, it looks like it's just moving the road slightly. However, the fill and the impact that construction will have on the critical root zone of those trees, just again, it makes them not viable long term.
Okay, good question. Let me see, that kind of sums up your time. Let me start here on my left and see if
Sure.
anyone has a question for you. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
So I don't see a ton of trees that are being retained on this map. Are there a lot that aren't being shown in the picture?
Yeah, I think we have 15 at least being retained. Let me pull up. Is your report here? Have it here? One moment. So in total, there are 60 grand trees, and being retained, a lot of them are not high grades. Looks like we have at least 15, potentially in excess. The rest are grades D or F. So they're of species that typically in our region, while they are a protected species, they tend to, as they grow older, get wood decay pathogens, disease just naturally in the urban environment. And so those are like black tupelo species, water oaks and laurel oaks. And I will say, I'm not sure this answers your question, but with a willow oak especially, they do not thin well in construction. The construction impact typically leads to disease by wood decay pathogen, even with advanced preservation protocols.
Did I answer your question? But thank you for that. Thank you for answering her question.
Sure.
You said something that kind of turned on a bulb in my mind. If you had so many D and F grand trees, why didn't you request to have those removed rather than a healthy A or B?
You don't have to.
I think as Bob was saying, the different iterations of these plans, they first sought to remove all of the ones that were necessary of the D and Fs.
Okay.
So this plan impacts the least amount of viable grand trees.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let me go back over here first. Anyone? Yes, sir. Mr. Jordan.
So you said if you put the road between the trees, it'd damage the root system?
Yes.
And how long would it take, you think, to kill a tree that way?
2 to 5 years.
Well,
Because
that's a little bit longer than you just cutting it straight out, then. You'd have no life. Wouldn't
Yes.
you? I mean, you're giving the tree the benefit of the doubt a little bit, aren't you?
Well, unfortunately, we are also, we specialize in tree preservation and in storm response. And a tree that has a wood decay pathogen, it may die over time, but it also may experience a failure or uprooting that puts the public at risk in hurricanes. So I've seen a lot of trees post-construction that were preserved, not under our care, fail and fall on houses.
And what's the name of your organization again?
We're Save a Tree, Charleston Tree Experts in Save a Tree. Been
Thank
here
you.
for over 12 years. Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'll come back down. See your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lost you in some of your numbers. You said there were 60 grand trees on the property, and how many are you saving or how many are you losing that are not part of this too?
Sure.
I want to get that before I follow up with my question.
Yep, looks like there are 60, and I am going based on tree grade alone on the ones that will definitely be removed. Obviously, if there were any grade C or higher, we'd be here for a variance on those. So under that presumption, that means we are removing, or we are retaining, bear with me.
$15 is the number you had mentioned. I just didn't
Yep.
know if that's what you were retaining or you were losing.
15 are what we were retaining, and the rest, 15 we were retaining. Let me
Okay.
tell you how many of those.
Well, hold on,
Oh,
that's
sorry.
what I needed. With 15, if you're retaining of the 60, and you had mentioned how you're saving, that the owner of this lot was saving so many trees, so if you're saving 15 of 60, that means you're saving 25%, and you're losing 75% already. So my question is, really, you had mentioned about the road bending and how the tree is going to be damaged because of the backfill and all the disturbance around the tree. Well, that doesn't take into consideration the scenario that I presented, which was ending the road right before the tree is. So then it wouldn't impact it at all. So I'm struggling still, and you're not the engineer, but I'm struggling with both of these two trees. I could almost see one of the two, but I'm not ready to support the loss of both of these trees for a little bit more green space that's already on the map on your plat, and you're losing 75% of the grand trees on this parcel already. So I think that's a big ask.
I understand. I will state that of those 60, I would say that 50% of them are grade D or F. So F presents an extreme risk to the public, and D presents a high risk.
Okay.
And then I'll also state that ending the road, while it is a possibility, I think we're all looking again at this at two-dimensional. And from what I see, where on the bottom, the tree that is at subject, we would have to end two lots, almost a half a lot in.
Yeah,
So-
I wasn't talking about curving the road. I was talking about ending the road.
Right, yeah.
So that impacts a lot of lots. But your argument of damaging the tree, I don't agree with if you end the road, because I don't think it impacts it. So that's
Yeah.
fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else on my right? Anyone back on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have anyone else to speak in favor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you had a question for her?
I did have a question.
Would you please approach the podium again, please?
My
Thank you.
apology, I wasn't quick enough. I was just curious about your comment with regard to the damage of the road near the trees. So the one at the top that you're asking to be removed, there's one on the other side of the road that's almost in the same location vis-à-vis the road. Are you expecting that tree to be impacted by the construction of that road and probably will be damaged as a result?
Can't see from here. Does that tree have an X on it?
It's got an X on it.
Yeah, so that tree would be removed, and
Okay,
that would
that's-
mean that that's a grade D or F tree.
Okay, so all the X's are removable trees.
Removals.
Okay, thank you
Right,
for the
yeah.
clarification.
And if I could add just to that really quickly, remember that the tree protection zone of a tree for it to be considered viable through construction is that 1 inch, 1 foot per diameter inch. So if we end the road, we have to end it far enough out that, again, it impacts even more lots, not just what's at the end of the road, I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You were standing, sir?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and pull that mic up a little bit closer for you. There you go.
Thank you. Edward Marshall Badeau, registered consulting arborist, board certified master arborist. My address is 591 2 Mile Run, Johns Island, South Carolina, 29455.
Okay, you said your last name was Badeau?
Badeau.
Badeau.
Yes, sir.
That's French, I would imagine.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right, good. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, continue.
So initially, I was brought in on this project in early spring of 2024. I assessed the entire property along with another board-certified master arborist and a certified arborist I have with me as well. We walked this property multiple times. We After completing that assessment, I met with the county arborist, walked the site as well, had Kyle truth the grades, and we made adjustments as necessary. We determined that these trees are grade A, grade B, and we are removing, well, let me correct that. We are definitely preserving 15 trees according to that site plan. I'm not sure if all the grade Ds and the Fs are going to be removed. I think there's a reduction in requirements, essentially. Essentially, I believe that the county has proposed some great expectations for the property. A tree preservation plan be devised, a chain link fence be erected around the grand trees, and mitigation. I agree with all of the county's findings there. And we do have considerable encroachment on several grand trees, which I believe we're going to provide an excellent tree preservation plan to preserve those as well. I can't speak to the site layout in regards to the road or property outlines. I can say that I do have concerns about encroachment in regards to these trees. These two particular trees cannot be preserved on the site. We've looked at some shifts in the site plan, and it just did not make sense. I think, as Ashley pointed out, this is more two-dimensional. It really doesn't give a full picture of the site.
Okay, I'm sorry. Any questions on my right? Any questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. And board members, do you have any questions of staff? Yes, sir. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we need to take these variances together, or do they need to go separately?
So I'm glad you asked that. I was going to let you ask some questions. So just to remind you, Ms. Working will keep me correct. These are two separate trees. It is one variance, but you can vote to approve both, one or neither, or however you want to do it. Okay?
So the motion could be either for tree number 1, tree number 2, or both of them?
Yes. Was that your question? To
Pretty
start
much.
But I have a question of our staff member, Mr. Foster. You know, one thing I do like about our staff, Mr. Evans, he does go out and recruit the very best, Ms. Working, and I think we probably have the best here in the state of South Carolina with our people. So I'll take my hat off to you for that, sir. My question then leads, I'm looking at lot 31, 32. And 26, because that's the crux of my question, and I think some of the board members are leaning toward that too. So if I'm not mistaken, that 27-inch water oak that's there, right there by the sidewalk, that's the one they're asking to remove. But then the one in lot 32 will also be removed, correct? That's correct. Okay. So the one in lot 31 is going to be removed, correct?
All the X's.
All the X's. I'm just pointing at something. So if they moved that road over, my question to you, Mr. Foster, if they moved that road over, which they say they can't, if they moved that road over a few feet more outside of that canopy, and maybe it would impact lots 31 and 32, would it have any other impact on possibly lots 33, 27, and 26? I know that's a loaded question.
It is indeed. I tell you, I don't do much with roads. It's more of a public works deal. So
Ms. Clark, she is logged out. Could we get her logged back in? Please? I don't know the code, so.
Mr. Chair, may I ask you a question while we're in this? Is there a way is there a number for each one of these trees, basically? Like the lower left one, how are we designating that tree?
So that's
The
graded
one
as
above,
A, right?
It's the one around lot 32. It's not the one on 32. It's in the roadway in between lot 26 and the pump station.
Okay.
That's
So
the
you-
Willow Oak.
I'm sorry?
That's the Willow, sorry.
Willow. Okay, and then the one up top, which is basically on lot 15, is that the water oak,
It's a live oak.
live oak? Okay. I mean, the live oak one looks like that's impacting the road beds the most. That's where I am. Thank you.
Wait a minute, restate that again?
I said the lot 15 tree, the live oak there, that's impacting the road bed big time. The one on the bottom, lot 30, by lot 26 in the pump station, that's the one that has chances of, if you move the road, you could possibly save it, or carve off the rest of the lots back there, you could save it. That's just the designation Ms. Working's using for those two, the willow and the live oak. Make sure we're all on the same page of which tree is which.
Okay.
If you were to do that, then you'd probably lose lot 32 and 31 for the lot size requirements. And that would be, of course, up to the applicant. I guess they could use those two lots as green space, but the trees that are on those two lots were getting permitted because they were, dead disease, dying, or hazardous. So, in theory, that could work, but they would lose those two lots.
Or they can make one big lot. Okay. That's just me. I'm no builder or architect either. Any discussion? Any more discussion on my left?
I might try to make a motion.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Any more discussion? Questions of staff? Okay. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to either approve or deny this particular application, BZA 1224-00834. Can I have a motion to approve or deny?
I'd like to make a motion to deny based on this being the result of the applicant's own actions in drawing the lot lines and creation of the site plan for criteria 6.
Okay, so you basing that off of which one? Hold on, because I couldn't go back fast enough. You said it too quickly. I'm sorry. I was running my mouth. So you-
Criteria 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions,
And why?
because the applicant created the lot lines and the site plan.
Okay. Board members, we have an application a motion to deny. Do we have a second? Is that on both trees? That's on both. All right, so we have a motion to deny for both trees. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Mr. Brown. Okay, do we have any discussion? Mr. Jordan?
Could this be a situation like obviously the other two were, where they might want to back up and give chance?
Oh, we're going too far for that? No.
Yeah, this is their second time.
This is their second time?
Yes, sir.
That makes a difference. That's what I wanted to hear.
Any other discussion? So let me remind you. Okay, Mr. Neal's getting ready to say something.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question. Would you entertain the motion being one tree at a time? I would support the top tree, but that's just, I'm just one vote. And lumping them together it might be the same result. Both may get voted down.
I tend to agree with that.
I would ask if you would withdraw your motion and take it one at a time to try to see if we could pass either one or both.
As two separate motions?
Two separate motions. I'm just asking to entertain, if the motion is on the table and been seconded, you'd have to withdraw it, I would imagine.
That is correct.
And then you could take a new motion for each tree, but it's up to you. It's your motion, man.
Otherwise, I have to call for the vote.
Are we still in
Still in discussion.
Yeah, we're discussing.
So you have an opinion that the live oak tree, we'll call it the grade B, the top tree, you feel that it can go with no adjustments to lot lines or reduction of lots and saving that tree?
My opinion is, for my vote, I see a scenario to support the top tree. I do not see a scenario I will not support a scenario for the bottom tree being removed.
To remove the bottom tree. is
To
what you're
remove
saying.
the
So you
bottom
say you can support removing this top tree, but
Yeah.
not the bottom tree?
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking to be going in both. But, I mean, I'll vote either way based on
there-
what.
Go by tree, it's fine with me.
And I agree with that.
Is there room to ask why you feel that about this top tree?
Lots of scenarios of the number of lots and stuff. The down one has a green space already around it, pump station around it. I think there's a configuration that could save it and lose only a lot. You'd probably lose a lot or two down there, but up top, you're not going to lose anything. I think it's the best of the scenarios. They've gone through a second time. I think it's a good compromise. But that's just my 1 of 9 votes. So.
This locked me out again.
We have technical difficulties, and that's not your fault. Don't worry. So at this time, Ms. Smith, well, I'll wait for you to get rebooted, I guess.
I'll leave them together and we can vote. Is that okay?
Okay, so let me make sure you understand what's kind of being presented. Your motion is to clump them together, and that's great. That's fine. That's your motion, and I would have to call for the vote on that, and that's what you're asking me to do, rather than you withdraw your motion and have it where it's separate for each tree.
Okay, I will withdraw and submit it as separate for each tree.
Okay, so
If you don't mind, excuse me, can we speak in the mic a little bit louder? I'm having difficulty with understanding.
Thank you.
And going back and forth with the communication. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Clark. So she's willing to, correct me if I'm mistaken, you're willing to withdraw your motion if the second.
It's his second.
Yeah, I'll withdraw if we
Okay.
want to rework
So-
it.
All right, so
I'm
now,
willing to make a motion on the first tree, and then after that, I'm not going to make a motion on the second tree.
well, she can do both.
Yeah, I know, but her initial one was
Do
to
you
deny the
understand
first
what-
one.
Where we're going with this?
You would approve or deny the first tree?
I'm going to, if there's.
Wait, well, hold on, because
apologize.
you're going too far with it. It's your motion,
Right.
you got to push it. Although, otherwise, let someone else do it. I'm not trying to be harsh in that, but I'm just trying to
Okay.
follow.
I'll allow you to make a motion. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. So the motion has been withdrawn. Mr. Neal, you said you wanted to make a motion. Somebody else
Yeah.
like to make a motion?
If I have the floor, that's no problem.
You
Yeah,
have
I'm
the
willing
floor.
to make a motion to approve the variance for the, only the one tree, the variance that is being requested, it would be next to part of lot 15. You said that's the live oak, am I correct, Ms. Workman? It's the one on the top of the plat.
Top
So it would be
left.
BZA.
Yes, that's the live oak.
122400834, and the tree I'm designating for approval, a motion for approval, is the tree variance requirement on lot 15.
For the live oak, yes.
The live oak.
State.
For that variance, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. Mr. Chairman, we have heard multiple comments and testimony about this specific piece of property, so I think it meets that criteria. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. That's clearly been met. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I believe if they don't get this variance for this tree, they will really be severely limited in the number of lots that they could do and the financial feasibility of this entire project. Number 4, the authorization of variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. They're keeping all these lots the same. That won't affect any zoning whatsoever, and the adjacent property is very similar property. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a non-use, non-permitted zoning district. This is all, again, it's R3, is that correct, Ms. Working?
S3.
S3.
S3. So that won't have any issues in the zoning map. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I believe with the configuration of this land, with the stormwater and the green property being designated, that this is the only viable solution. You're going to have to put some road in there that is going to affect this. I think this is the least impactful by allowing this one tree to be removed. And criteria number 7, the granting of this variance does not substantially conflict with the comp plan or the purposes of this ordinance. It clearly passes that. That is my motion for the one tree.
Okay, and give it, wait a minute, you got 3 other conditions with it.
Oh, and also, please include all of staff recommendations for this variance.
Okay? You have a motion, do I have a second? Mr. Jordan over here has a second. Any discussion?
Just want to make sure I designated the correct tree.
Not for the audience.
Live it.
Yeah, the live oak. That's up top.
Any discussion?
Okay.
You did a good job. All right, I'll
I
call
just
for
want a
vote.
clarification. We'll have to make a separate motion for the other tree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, this is just for the top tree,
Okay,
all I'm including.
we're crystal clear. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
1, 2, 3.
Wait a minute, hold on, keep up. 1, 2, 4. Okay, all those opposed? 1, 2, 3. So 4 against 3, right?
I believe so.
So that carries. Yep. Oh, Nelson's not here either, is he?
I think it was 5-3.
I voted. See, wait a minute. All right, those who are in favor, so it was Neil, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, okay.
5-3.
5-3, okay, good. So that does carry. Okay, so you want to do the second part, or would you like to do the second part?
I'll defer.
Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion to deny for the second tree, the 27-inch willow oak on lot 26, on the basis that it does not meet the variance approval criteria, which is that the result is it's the result of the applicant's own actions in drawing the lot lines and creation of the site plan.
Okay, do we have a second?
I
Mr.
second.
Brown? Okay. All right, any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor to deny that, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. So that also fails. All right. Where's my applicant again? Here okay, there he is, looking over some things. Well, mixed news. Part of your application was approved and part of your application was denied. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Okay? Congratulations. You got something approved tonight, so it's not all bad news. Thank you. All right. Our next case. We're doing great on time here. So our next case is BZ 11-24-0023. Am I correct? Mr. Ziegler will be taking that case for us.
Is it 8:43?
Which case do you have for us, Mr. Ziegler?
It is 843.
843. Okay. My apology. 843. Okay. James Allen. Mr. Ziegler is doing all our short-term rental stuff for us, so.
So the applicant and property owner, Colin Gardner of Gardner & McCullough LLC, represented by Kimberly Sayer and Justin Hetherington, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 2173 Welch Avenue TMS number 343-06-00063 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. And the property is of .016 acres and contains a single-family residence with 2 bedrooms that was constructed in 1950 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 2 bedrooms and will provide 4 parking spaces. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 4. The property is not owner occupied, therefore the property is not eligible for a limited home rental. And here is the zoning map, which shows the subject property outlined in blue. And these are the zoning ordinance requirements for short-term rentals, Article 6.8. Here is the 300-foot radius map and a couple aerial photos. This one zoomed out. And we posted the property on March 14th, 2025. And here you can see the subject property with parking. There's an asphalt and grass parking space for 2 parking spaces, and the other 2 are behind the gate. It's kind of hard to see in the picture, but there's lots of room in the backyard. Here are a couple of surrounding properties. The one on the left is directly across the street, and the one on the right is adjacent. And this is Welch Avenue in both directions. Here's the survey, site plan, and tenant notice, and plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, and 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And we did receive 1 public comment in opposition for this case. Any questions?
All right. Any questions for Mr. Ziegler? Good job, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is the applicant present? All right. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Hetherington. I'm at 2908 Wilson Creek Lane, Johns Island, 29455. I'm representative of Fort McCulloch and Garner. Tim McCulloch is the chairman of Wolfline Construction, and Colin Garner is the CEO of Wolfline Construction, which is a fiber optic construction company with projects currently in Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, and Virginia. Our corporate office is located here in North Charleston with approximately 15 employees on site. Our total employee count is 168 employees nationwide. Throughout the year, members of the Wolfline team periodically visit Charleston and for management meetings and events. Our goal is to utilize the Welch Street property as a place to stay while these employees are in Charleston. So our goal is to primarily corporate residents. Our goal is not to do any Airbnb or VRBO for this residence. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any questions for him? Mr. Jordan? Do you have any questions?
I do.
That's your neck of the woods, sir. I would expect it.
I like that. So you're going to be renting this place out?
It won't be renting per se. When our employees come into town, that's where they will be staying.
Okay, so here's my question. Your employee, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, your employees that are staying there's drunk, fighting in there, who's going to Who's going to be called? Who's going to come to the rescue to stop it?
I would,
Not those people in Illinois, I hope.
no, it would be someone here in Charleston. I would hope that our employees would not do that because it would jeopardize
But we're
their.
dealing with human nature.
I
And this
understand
is
that.
Charleston.
I get that.
So who's going to come solve the problem?
We could probably say that for everyone's house on the
We
street.
could.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could put something on record that where they would need to call if that needed to be the
I mean, is
case.
it going to be somebody going to come on the site, or are they going to get a recorder from Illinois?
No, most of our employees are here. I live in Charleston, so if necessary, one of our employees that is local will attend to that.
Well, I mean, I'm not being argumentative, but you used the word necessary, but I think it's important.
No.
As a matter of fact, I ask that every situation like this. So, it does matter to have that plan,
Right.
not just maybe somebody to call.
No, I would hope that these employees would not happen because, like I said, it would jeopardize their employment.
Okay. But I think you get my point.
Absolutely, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Here's a question for me, because I'm a little confused, and I don't like being confused. If you have this specifically for your employees, why are you wanting this?
I would have to say that there's tax reasons for that in order for some type of tax deduction for that.
Help me understand.
So McCulloch and Garner own the property. And
Okay.
It's like some type of LLC for them. And so in order they would receive some sort of payment from Wolfline Construction when our employees are here.
So there is a change of hand. There is compensation for the use of the dwelling.
I would say it's hard to describe how that would, I'm not an accountant, so I can't describe how that would occur, but it is leasing back and forth, correct?
Mr. Brown?
Couple of questions then. Would it be leased, let's just assume this is sort of an Airbnb type situation, granted, who owns what or
Right.
taxable things, whatever. Is it a separate lease and a separate rental thing for each time an employee comes, or is it
No, it would be kind of an ongoing.
Yes,
Yes.
thing? So
Basically, kind of an agreement that Wolfline or that the employees or McCulloch and Garner would be the leaseholder, I guess.
but if this is limited to 144 days.
That's correct.
That somebody would be in there, but it's a continuous rental.
We're requesting 144 days, and that would, if it's approved, it obviously could potentially be set for that, but I would not expect it to have 144 days of occupancy.
My other question, I just want, maybe it's a bit of a clarification, but we typically, I think like Mr. Jordan was saying, have an understanding that there's a property manager, there's a set protocol and for people to call and if things go wrong and potentially for neighbors to call if something's wrong or they see something wrong. You don't have that in place at this moment.
We would, if that is a requirement, we would establish that. That's correct.
Okay.
So let me add to the question then. So if I was coming into James Island, Johns Island, and I saw this house, could the average person come in there and stay there?
It won't be advertised, so I don't know how you would find it.
Okay, so you're not going to advertise
We're
it?
not
It's
going to
just
be. No.
in company only?
That's correct. There'll be no advertising on Airbnb, VRBO, through a management company or anything like that.
Period.
Oh, okay. Mr. Harrington, just to follow up, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay, yeah, I kind of gave him, I'll come back to you, please.
So, Mr. Harrington, sorry I had to step out for a little bit there, but this is very similar to you leasing equipment for your construction company, right? So a lot of times your equipment might even be held by some separate LLC that you would lease back for liability reasons and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely. Like we have bucket trucks, so we have some type of leasing for that, correct?
Yeah, all right, makes sense, thanks.
Now, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrington, just to follow up, you would be willing to give a name and number to the adjoining property owners for their use in case there was some issue at the property that they could need to have reported?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what that person would be or who it would be, but we would definitely establish that as someone that they could call if there was a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on my right? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Have you spoken to any of the neighbors or made contact with anybody, property owners surrounding, and asking and just getting to know them, or, letting them know what your plans are?
I personally have not. I know that within that area, probably think within 3 houses, there's a house that's advertised on Airbnb, and then there's within that, I think there's within about 5 on Airbnb, and then 11 on VRBO within that vicinity, with that side of behind the municipal golf course. But as far as adjacent neighbors, we haven't. The one is directly adjacent to us is currently under construction. Right now, it looks like they're doing a refurb, and I have not spoken to the neighbor next door.
Okay. You can make it a condition if you wanted to. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Very good. Case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any question of staff? Mr. Neal?
I'm just curious about this comment about it being an employee use type thing, where this variant or this request is for short-term rentals. And is there something that has been done before where it can be a staff condition that it's added where it can't be posted or something like that? I mean, if it gets approval, they can, just because he says it's not going to be on VRBO and Airbnb, doesn't mean he can't do it unless it's part of the motion. So I was wondering if we've done anything like that before?
We haven't.
Or employee housing or something? I mean,
But-
housing is housing.
But no one's asked, so Calvin, I would defer to you if they can put a condition like that on the application.
I didn't
No.
think we can.
No.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so. So
If they get the license, they can use it just like anyone else who gets the license.
Right.
You can't put a condition on the license.
Right, so even the statement by the applicant saying he's not going to use VRBO doesn't mean he won't. So just take that into consideration, and whoever's making a motion, I think.
I mean, you have to look at it, I mean, he's saying how his company's proposing to use, he's saying how his company's proposing to use it.
Right.
They're asking for a license. They're like any other company, any other person coming for a license.
Right.
So they could use a license just like anyone else could.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
Not sure who to ask this question, but if they're not if they don't rent it short-term through Airbnb, VRBO, but it's more of a ongoing, they're not signing any kind of contract with employees, they're just putting them up in their place. Does this even meet the requirement for a special exception for short-term
I
rental?
believe it's compensation in any form, whether it be company to company, whether the same owner, whether any form of compensation is getting.
But is it more considered a long-term rental? Or are they signing a new?
Or how long would they?
It'd
I mean,
have
it
to
sounds
be over
like-
the 29 days to be long-term,
Well,
so.
well, that's what I'm saying. Are they even signing a contract with anyone? It sounded to me like they're not. And I don't know that it even, I get it's being used a certain way, but legally, I think you have to, part of what Airbnb and VRBO does is you're creating a contract monthly, or for whatever the term is, to a rental, and you're paying money from separate parties to get access to the unit. This sounds different than that.
Yeah.
And
I haven't had anything like this
So
before.
I'm kind of the same opinion. If you're wanting to use it for short-term rental and you meet all the requirements and whatever Airbnb background checks and all these other things they do, that's one thing. But if you're just sort of saying we're going to put up our folks when they come into town, that seems like a completely different scenario. And I'm not sure we're voting on the right thing, I guess. So.
You had a question, Mr. Nelson?
I don't necessarily have a question, but I think this is really more of a standard business transaction than a lot of folks on the board might recognize. That it's not unusual to set up separate LLCs for various activities underneath the business and to have contractual obligations between those LLCs for money to flow around. And that's really all that's occurring here. The people that would have to ask whether or not it's legitimate would actually be more or less the IRS when they file their taxes, whether or not this is a legitimate transaction. I think it might be a bit outside of our purview.
Yes, sir.
But to follow up on that, I agree with all the transaction and accounting aspect of it, but the application here is for short-term rental to operate, and the standard questions that we have for short-term rentals are who's going to manage it, where's it going to be posted, how are you going to handle noise violations, and that we don't have answers for that. And so I think a lot of us, or at least I am supportive of the idea of it being a rental property. I just don't have all the pieces to the puzzle for this one. So I can't support this one personally right now because they haven't told me all the details that they're going to operate it. And if my vote is the fifth one of the 9 to give them the carte blanche to go out and do short-term rentals, I don't have all the answers to the puzzles. So I won't be supporting a motion here.
Mr. Truslow?
Is there a requirement, annual review? Is this something that's done once a year? And if there's a problem, then we could address it at that point in time?
So all they would need to do to renew the license would just be to submit an application, and more than likely it would get approved because we won't be needing any additional information from the applicant. But I guess y'all could put a condition in to check VRBO, but then again, Mr. Yuji said that we couldn't put that condition in there.
Would it be approved if there were a substantial number of complaints from the neighbors?
No.
It could be denied based on complaints.
Mr. Jordan, you had a question?
What happens if they don't submit a renewal? If you just don't hear from them, they don't submit one, what happens?
It'll get revoked after April the 1st of the following year.
Y'all catch that?
Well, we reach out to the applicant and say, hey, you haven't renewed your application, please renew. We give them the opportunity to renew.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you had a question? You had
I'm
a comment?
contemplating whether I want to make a comment that might lead to a question or not.
Well, that's what we're here for, you know.
I mean, I guess I understand about the taxes, and there are certainly different ways of going about how different businesses can make these transactions and that kind of thing. I've got no problem with that side of it. I've got no problem with what they're proposing doing. It just seems kind of, I don't know if unusual is the right term, but unusual to go about it this way. I don't know.
Ms. Smith, you had a comment or question?
I do have a question. It might actually be better suited for the applicant, but if they're leasing this property.
Excuse me.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry, if Wolfline is leasing the property from the owners for 144 days, they're not doing individual leases for each worker that comes in. It's really just one, it's not a short-term lease. It's an extended lease. Is that a different application completely?
That's right. It's just.
Yeah, for rentals over 30 days or longer, they wouldn't need.
They don't need it.
They don't need any sort of permit from the county.
Are there, sorry, do I need to wait a turn or whatever? Are there special like if this is just considered long-term rental?
Right.
And you rent it from, an LLC rents it from another LLC, are there stipulations as to who can be in and out or staying there? Does that change the long-term rental?
I haven't come across a situation like that, but I'm new as well.
That's what I think. Excuse me.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Smith, or did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm trying to wrap my head around why they might need a short-term rental. I can't think of one.
I think.
Mr. Nelson?
I'd suspect that if you ran the rental rate for a long-term rental versus a short-term rental, that they're maximizing their income into that LLC. But that's not something that we can consider as part of our decision criteria.
I see.
Mr. Jordan?
Should a motion be made to deny this? And should it pass? To deny, yeah. then what recourse do they have then to do what they want to do? Because I hear the confusion of what is this and what is the right procedure.
Yeah, so I looked through all the information they submitted, and there's not, it's all very general. It doesn't say anything about this. So I would maybe suggest deferring it, and if it's a chance that they don't need to come to y'all at all, then we can pull it, you know.
So if you deny it, it's 12 months, and then they can come back, right?
Well, I'm suggesting to defer it so we can take it back, because we did not have any, I
Well-
looked through the information and there's nothing about this, so this is all kind of new to
Well,
us.
I was just saying, if you deny it, it's 12 months. You defer it, they can get back on the docket within 90 days.
Or if they don't need to, then they don't have to come back.
Yeah, so it's.
It's probably something we need a real detailed letter of intent from them, and then we can run it by our legal department and see how they want to handle it. That's what I would do.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I was just going to make a comment to support what Mr. Nelson said. I'm a basketball fan, so especially this time of year, it seemed to me it's sort of a no, you know.
Mr. Truslow.
No harm,
Excuse
no
me.
foul.
Speaking of Mike.
No harm, no foul. If we approve it, we're no worse off. If we don't approve it, he's not any worse off. Is it something where we ought to defer, think about it?
Yeah, I think so,
approve it?
because if they don't need a short-term rental permit, then there's no point going through all this. Like, we have to find a way to track the days, and if there's not going to be a way to do that, I mean, this, like I said, it's kind of all new to us.
They have to wait 12 months to come
My
back.
view was they didn't need to have an approval under these circumstances.
It would depend how the rental contract is drawn up, whether it's individual days or, like Ms. Smith said, if it's 144 days total, or however many days the property is rented, that could be a different rental.
As I understand it, this can be one lumped in 144 days in a row, can't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it could be, in theory, 144 days in a row if they're different renters coming in each time. I mean, they couldn't say for 144 days, or they could, but they wouldn't need a permit from us to do
I'll
that.
make motion to defer, if you allow it.
Okay, all right. Yes, Ms. Smith?
Are we allowed to ask the applicant more questions at this
We
point?
closed it to public.
We did, but I think, I didn't think
We can.
Make a motion.
Staff is
Okay,
asking
so,
for deferral.
so you know what, I think at this time, what we could ask him, but they need paperwork.
Okay.
So, you know, I think it's the best interest that we get a motion to defer.
I still got a question.
Mr. Jordan, your question?
Do they have to pay a fee to get before us? Is there a fee that they have to pay?
They've already paid it.
For this application? Yes,
How much?
$250, but we can't refund it because they've already had a hearing. We've already done the site visit.
But if we
ran the-
determine that we shouldn't have had it to begin with, shouldn't they get their money back?
I mean, no, because the application doesn't, it literally just says requesting approval for extended home rental.
We may not need approval, so he was going on what y'all told him.
The staff has no
I
control.
don't know that,
The staff
though.
has no control over that. The applicant made an application based on what they thought they believed. The staff is not in a position to refund their money.
All right.
Yeah, we can't do that because we've already spent money on this case. And if you choose to defer it, we don't charge them again, if you guys choose to defer it.
Did you hear that, Mr. Jordan?
I did.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to reopen it?
You can
To
make a
defer?
motion.
I'd like to make a motion to reopen it so that I can ask more questions.
Okay. We have a motion to reopen this case, and we have a second. That was by Mr. Jordan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Okay, all those,
Who was that?
it was,
Can I say something?
wait a minute, it's during the middle of the vote. And all those
I've got
that
I
are,
think I should say something to explain before they vote.
go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
And that is, what you want to say, what your intention was of this motion?
Well, I wanted to ask the applicant.
Use the microphone, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I wanted to ask the applicant a few more questions since they did pay to be here, and maybe we need some more clarification on what's going on. At least I need a little bit more clarification.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up since we're asking questions about this vote we're getting ready to take to open. Staff has asked for more information, so I'm willing to support your motion to ask more questions, but our staff has asked us for a deferral. So I'd like to support a motion to deferral, let them get all the information, and we can move to the next topic. But if it means that one question or two questions that you have is going to change our entire body on the motion to defer, that looks like it's going to happen, I think we're wasting time, but I'll do whatever you need.
And I'm fine either way. Recalling the applicant's fine or deferring.
I just think that we should honor fellow members' request.
Yeah, okay. All right. So I will restate, all
Could be
those,
one of us doing it.
all those in favor to open the case back up again and let the applicant speak, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And any opposed? Okay, so it carries. So at this time, we will ask, well, he's already on his way. All right, state your name and address again, please, sir.
Justin Hetherington, 2908 Wilson Creek Lane, Johns Island, 29455.
So you know you got a mountain to climb, right?
Oh, yeah, I got a
All
mountain.
right, and I hope you're geared up. So
Ready for it.
You heard the questions, or do you need
Yeah,
the questions?
there's a couple of answers I can. So as far as, I think the flexibility with, if you guys want us to, there may be people that come for a week. And so if they want to do an individual, like, lease for that, we can. But we're flexible to what we need to do to make this go. So as far as your question, what was?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify. So is this one lease from Wolfline to the owners of the property just continuous, or is this going to be, you have somebody coming in and it's individual leases that could be for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 2 days?
I would think since we're different tenants would come in there, I would think about this while we're sat, might be beneficial for us to have each individual lease, because if you have a continuous, there may not be someone there.
Okay.
So that might be the answer to the question there.
Okay.
And then we're willing to provide an approval with contingencies of having supplied who's supposed to be called as far as management and all those things. If we could do that, that would be great, just to save, I'm sure, everyone's time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Truslow, did you have a question, sir?
Well, maybe a
Of the
question,
applicant.
maybe a comment. I'm still trying to get my mind around why we have to be here in the first place, if this, and why there was a need to even have an application.
Well, I don't really have the answer for that either. My company, I guess for their probably accountant, probably had to, since money was changing hands, they had to have some type of legal document approval process that would allow this. So I'm assuming that's why we're here.
Okay. Well, I wasn't trying to make it any harder. I was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions on my right? Any questions on my left?
Yes. One more question.
Go ahead.
The owners of the property?
Yes.
That's the same as the owners of the company?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yeah, Tim McCulloch is the chairman of the board of our company, and then Colin Garner is the CEO.
Okay, thank you.
And then Colin just actually lives just on the other side of the municipal course on Riverland. So he's within a very close proximity to this home.
Okay, any more questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you so very much for your testimony. At this time, this case is closed. Okay, do we have any other questions of staff? Okay, you have a question for staff?
No, I plan to make a motion to defer.
Okay, I'm just going in it slowly, trying to make sure we get it all together. Give everybody the opportunity. So we don't have any more questions of staff. Do we have any discussion? We have discussion on my left that we need to hear?
Well, I was trying to clarify if they're doing individual leases for their.
Try to use your microphone.
If they are doing individual leases for their employees, then they would need a short-term rental. Why? If they're small leases, why would they not need?
I'll read you the definition. It's short-term rental property, a dwelling or any part thereof that is offered, advertised, or provided as short-term rental tenants, excluding family members, for individual rental terms not exceeding 29 consecutive days for a fee or any form of compensation. Compensation may include, but is not limited to, an exchange or interaction between people conducting business, such as rental contract or agreement, cash or credit transaction, and/or bartering, exchanging goods or services for other goods or services without using money.
I mean, if there's an individual lease, does the money have to then come from the person signing the lease and not the LLC to an LLC? Does that, any of that stuff come in?
That,
There's just so many unknowns. I can't
Mr.
support
Chair,
anything but deferral.
we're getting lost in the
In the weeds.
minutia of the lease stuff. The lease has nothing to do with this. You got to think of this as a hotel or a rental property, and they're trying to turn it into a hotel, and he's trying to use it as a rental property. So it shouldn't even be here in front of us at all. So what we need, staff has clearly stated that they need time to study this. We need to defer this item, and let staff decide whether it needs to come back to us or not. If it comes back, they'll bring us all the information that we need to and set the criteria where it needs to go, whether we like it or not. It's that simple.
Any comments, discussion on the left? Any more comments on the right? So at this time, I need a motion to approve, deny, or defer this case BZA 02-25-00843. Do we have anyone that'd like to do it?
I have a motion to defer.
Talking to the mic, please.
I have a motion to defer for precisely the reasons that staff has stated and is articulated by my colleague.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I hate to ask any discussion.
I'm only supporting because staff requested it, and that is the most unusual request I've ever heard from staff, so.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, it is unanimous. So at this time, sir, your case has been deferred. Staff will be getting information to you, letting you know the next steps so that you can come before this august body within the next 90 days, sir. And board members, at this time, it is 5:57, and we will recess in 10 minutes, and I'd like to reconvene right at 6:10, so we'll give you 12 minutes. Thank you.
You got a basketball game tonight. You gonna lose me. 9. I gotta go to Somerville. I still gotta go to Somerville and James Island and my restaurant.
You know you watch the game at work anyway.
Well,
You
I ain't
doing
working there,
good?
but I gotta go to Somerville right after this for a rental property I gotta look at. And James Island drop off some. I need to get this show on the road. Day started at 7. I'm lucky to get here at 4:30. Yeah. I thought he was asking you to whip out your credit card and return that $250.
You don't have to have money back. Robert, no, I think one of these, another one of these cases, we've already heard before and denied it, and they're back here again asking for the same thing. I don't remember.
Denied or
I think we're done. What,
it's denied.
part of what I've been doing, part of what I've been, this is, you were, before you were there. I'm sort of changing my thinking, especially after talking. I was at a meeting with the Charleston contractors recently. You would want to hear what they had to say.
About us?
No, about us or about?
I don't know what you're about to say.
They were saying, you know, these were all very ethical, honest people. And they said, why do they even get permits and seek variances and things? Because I mean, you just violate the law, and then the Board of Zoning Appeals will just approve it and won't even have any penalty. Why are we doing all the right things? Why don't we go ahead and build it? And when they're asking these questions, I'm kind of thinking, they got a point.
We should be more stringent on what we approve and don't approve.
If they build something in 2000, you know, the house is built in 2021, or after 91, and then they put in something that's non-conforming, and then they get caught and get busted, and then they come to us and seek permission. Well, Ross would say, well, we would have approved it anyway. But the only reason they weren't honest.
And we can't pass it according to law. We can't pass it.
Short-term rental's already been approved.
Because they did it to themselves.
It's their own doing. At law, we would say, if you're seeking equity, you have to have done equity. Zoning, I've been reading that thing, boy, I got near these contractors. And they were right.
So does it change your thinking that we need to be more stringent on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I agree. We're taking the sob story part of it too seriously. Like, sorry, you should have.
I made a mistake on one. I think I made a mistake. We were on the winning side, but woman just had a compelling story. She was pregnant and had a difficult pregnancy, and had gotten somebody to put something in the backyard, and she just didn't pay attention.
Yeah,
but I shouldn't have done that.
You approved it in motion.
We were looking at it's going to be a terrible hardship on her, but I shouldn't have. I should have stuck. I made a mistake. I think I made a mistake, but. These guys are facilitating people violating the law. You know, they come in and no, make them tear it out.
I'll tell you, my neighbor was trying to get something like a parking pad out off the street, out in front of in the front yard, take a swap out. He's been waiting for like 3 or 4 months to get a response from the city to approve it.
Hadn't heard anything. It's only $500. Do it. Yeah. That's.
Okay, at this time, we will reconvene, and Mr. Ziegler will be administering this case. It's case BZA 0225-00844. Mr. Ziegler?
So the applicant and property owner, Luis Javier Garcia, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 2117 Chancellery Lane, TMS number 355-1400120, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the north, south, and west are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district, and the adjacent property to the east is located in the city of Charleston. The subject property is a .028 acres and contains a single-family residence with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1975 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms and will provide 5 parking spaces. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 8. The property is not owner-occupied, therefore the property is not eligible for a limited home rental. Here is the zoning map and the zoning ordinance requirements. And here's the radius map and a couple aerial photos. And we posted the property on March 14th, 2025. And here you can see the driveway with parking spaces. There will be 4 parking spots in the driveway, with the 5th being in the garage if needed. And here are some neighboring properties across the street and Chancellery Lane. Here's the site plan, tenant notice, plat. And regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, and 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations recommended by staff. 1, is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the community. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And we did receive 6 public comments in opposition of this application.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Great job. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ziegler, Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask Mr. Ziegler how many, or roughly how many other short-term rental approvals we have in this area of Church Creek?
So there are 4 short-term rentals in the Church Creek neighborhood where the property is located, and then across 61, just across the street, maybe 2 blocks away, there's another 7 with additional one that y'all approved last month at Dogwood. So about 12.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Ziegler on my right? On my left? No? None? Okay, thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Will do. My name is Luis Javier Garcia. My address is 1379 Williams Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. So, good afternoon, Chairman and board members, or good evening. I promise not to be as complicated as the previous case.
Thank you.
I bought this property back in 2003, March, when I was a young sailor in the United States Navy, working out of Naval Weapons Station. I had no intentions of keeping this property any more than the time that I had it, but throughout my time, when I finished, I decided to keep it while I was going to the University of South Carolina to get my master's degree. During that time, I proceeded to rent the house and felt more confident in potentially keeping it, and I did. And over the last 18 years plus, I've rented this property by myself and managed it. I've had good tenants, I had okay tenants, not so great tenants, and downright disaster tenants. The last tenant that I had stayed in my house for almost 5+ years, was a registered nurse, single mom with 2 young daughters. She passed all the criteria in my application, screening process, the whole works. She literally left my house a mess, a disaster, probably the worst tenant that I've had. I've read the public comments from my neighbors that she smoked weed. They left an unattended van on the side of the house. And when I came to the house, it was a plain disaster. It was during that time that I realized that I can no longer do the long-term tenant thing. I want to protect my investment. I have other properties which I bought while I was still in the military. I recently retired in October of 2024. I served 20 years and 3 months. And quite frankly, it's coming in an opportunity right now where I lost more than half of my income since I retired and saw this as a potential opportunity to supplement some of that income that I lost while also protecting my property. I'm very conscious of my neighbors. I'm conscious of my community. I feel like I'm a parent. I got 4 kids, 15-year-old boy named John, 14-year-old girl named Isa, my 9-year-old boy Justin, and my little baby girl Camila. So when I think about having a short-term rental, do I think about the community? Absolutely. Do I think about families with kids? I do. If I thought for 1 second that having this property would be a detriment to the community or to my neighbors, I would have never done it. I read the comments, and I can go down the line in the list and discuss and provide some type of feedback regarding those at some other time, because I know I have a couple of neighbors here that are opposed to it, and I have a neighbor that's here in favor of it. However, I will say this short-term rental, if you think for 1 second that I'm setting it up, if approved, to throw parties, have drinkers, have smokers, and have loud noises in the community, you're absolutely wrong, because that's absolutely not what I'm trying to do. And I would say 99.9% of the people that try to do short-term rentals, they don't want none of that stuff in their house. That's only for concerts. And my house doesn't have a boom box, and it's just for families coming on vacation. Just like any normal person going on vacation, they just want a place they can call home, a home away from home. And that's what I want to provide. It allows me the opportunity to provide hospitality, which helps me fill that void of being out of the military. And to be quite frank, I'm feeling a big void right now of not being active, and potentially with this property being completely active. And yes, I'm in Florida right now, but I think my neighbors can all say whether they agree with it or not. They've seen me more times in the last 6 months doing all kind of things to my property. They probably have seen me in the last 15+ years or so, because I was in the United States Navy. I have several rules in place. I've read countless comments on Facebook groups for Airbnbs, and of course, everybody always comments about the bad nightmare scenarios, and I'm well aware of that. And certain things that you do to mitigate stuff like that is on the weekends, renting it for 3 days on the weekends, not doing one-night stands, one-night rentals, and not lowering the price so you don't attract those type of people in your community. And that's what I plan to do. Also, the research that I've done is that they have devices like the Minute, where you can pay for a subscription, where they listen to just the decibel noises inside the house, and they can also call for you to the guests to let them know, keep the noise down, or if there's any smoking inside the house. So I feel very confident that I will provide great customer service, hospitality to other guests coming into this area that are just families trying to gather, trying to enjoy Charleston, potentially enjoy the beach, and it also allows me the opportunity to provide hospitality to them to fill that void. I feel a certain type of way when I read the comments because I don't want to let my neighbors down, and I'm not going to take nothing away from the two people that are here opposing it, but it hits home a little different if the people that actually knew me when I first bought that house across from me, if they were here opposing it, I would take it even harder, but they're not, and they are well aware of those intentions, and they absolutely never opposed it at any point in time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay. Let's see if anyone has a question for me. I'm going to start on my left. Mr. Jordan, I see your hand first.
First of all, thank you for your military service. I say that very sincerely. So do you live in Florida now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so who's the local contact when there's problems at 4 a.m.?
If there's a problem, they can contact me.
You going to drive from Florida to there?
Say again, sir?
You going to drive from Florida to the house to take care of it?
No, well, if there's an immediate problem like that, for example, if it's a maintenance issue, I have local contacts that I can call. I have friends here, and I also have a family member here, a cousin and her husband that live in Somerville.
But are you going to provide whoever that is their contact
Absolutely.
information?
Absolutely.
So they can come on the site immediately?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any more on my left?
I do have questions, yes. I have a couple of questions. I know that you've mentioned that you've got neighbors here with you and against you. Have you spoken with any of them directly?
So I've spoken with 2 out of the 3.
Okay.
One that is opposed to it,
Okay.
but he never made his intentions known that he was going to oppose it until like a couple of days before this meeting. My other neighbor that I've actually personally never met, that he's sitting right beside him, he lives right in front of my house, which is, he moved there while I was in the military over the last, 3-4 years, so I've never really had a chance to meet him. And the neighbor to the left of me, he's been there for almost 10 years. And once again, because I've been in the military, other than getting to know me when I'm coming to the house, and again, over the last 6 months, they've probably seen me more times than they have seen me in the last 22 years since I've owned that house.
And at one point, this was your primary residence?
That is correct.
Okay. How long did you live there?
I lived there for 3 years while I was still serving in the military, from 2003 to 2006.
Okay.
And that's during the time that I decided to leave the house and go live with somebody still in Charleston, because I didn't think I could afford to keep my house while I'm going to school at MUC full time. And that's what gave me the courage to rent it off and made me believe that I can keep my house. And through those times, I've had tough times, but the main reason I kept it is because I promised it to my son. As I purchased a house, I dedicated one to each one of my kids, and I'm emotionally attached to it because it's the first house I've ever bought.
It's beautiful. It looks
It
great.
is. I did a lot of work to it.
And this on the front of the house, right above the garage, is that a camera?
No, the previous tenant that was there, it looks like a solar panel,
Okay.
thing on there.
Okay.
However, what I was planning to do, the only camera that's in the house is just a Ring doorbell camera.
Right.
And I honestly, I was planning on putting a camera right there above the garage as well, just because I've heard a story on Airbnb that somebody's car got stolen on some property, not here in Charleston, but just for video surveillance, just to take care of my guests.
Okay, great. And you mentioned that you had family in town.
I do, in Somerville. They've been living here for 30 plus years.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions on my left? Any questions on my right? Yes, sir.
I just have one. Are you willing to accept the requirement that a local contact be detailed in the rental process?
Absolutely.
Since you reside in Florida, so we can have
Absolutely.
somebody to address any issues.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any more on my left? I mean, right, excuse me. So I want to follow up what he said, because what we typically see in this board, and our attorney's going to keep me straight, you have somebody that is licensed, I won't say licensed, but is trained and may have a license to do that kind of real estate work for you, either be at an Airbnb, VRB. Are you going to use any of those sites to assist you in trying to scrutinize who goes into that property?
So, as a co-host for the Airbnb, so one of the things that I have is it has an automatic booking that it would actually rate, and it's based on customer rating. So if it's a 5-star rated, it automatically gets booked. If it is somebody that's not been rated or has anything negative, it actually prompts you to accept it, and it gives you 24 hours to review it, so you can ask the pertinent questions that you want to feel safe that the guest that wants to come to your house is going to take care of your house, and it's going to be a good guest and not going to disrupt the neighbors. Can anybody make any promises that you're never going to have a bad guest? No, because in society, we're always going to have those bad apples that just don't follow the rules, no matter whether you put it in front of them or not. But I have things in place to mitigate it, and once again, with a device inside the house to monitor noise, to monitor smoking, and then you have different compliances, right? You can call Airbnb, they can get out to them, give them a call. If they're not following the rules, they're being loud, they're playing music, the sound ordinance is being broken because they're doing noise between 10 and 7 in the morning, and those rules are going to be put in place because it also says the fines. And then if that doesn't come through with the Airbnb, more often than not, a phone call fixes it. But if it doesn't, you can actually get law enforcement involved, and they can get evicted if Airbnb, but you just got to follow those policies
Chair,
in place.
I was just asking about the property management stuff.
Okay,
I got it. This is going on.
Okay. Anybody else have a question? I didn't mean to, well, we did mean to stop you, but anybody else have a question? Thank you so very much, Mr. Garcia, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Do we have anyone else in support of this application? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ahmet. I live in 2115 Chancery Lane, the property that's directly north of Mr. Garcia's.
What was your name again, first and last, please?
Ahmet Arda, A-H-M-E-T, Arda, A-R-D-A.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. So I've known Mr. Garcia for about 10 years now. I bought my property in 2015. I have zero complaints about the man. I trust him, and I trust the research that he has done so far. And just like he said, you cannot ever control who's going to rent the house. You can do the background checks and whatever that you want, but do you already have a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I try to do my homework for the past couple of days. I've been on the internet looking at research. However, this is not science. There is no research that shows short-term rentals versus long-term rentals and crime ratios. I was unable to find anything. The only thing that you can find is subjective information. And again, for the past about 2 to 3 days, the only thing I found was short-term rentals are generally safer than long-term rentals. And I attribute that to the property owner being present more frequently. If you rent a house for 7 days or whatever, a cleaning crew is going to come and do their thing, but the property owner tends to come once a month, a couple of times a month to put eyes on their property. What does that do? That keeps the property nice and clean, keeps the maintenance up to date. In turn, that helps with the property value of the neighborhood. Again, like I said, he's been present way more in the past 6 months than I've known him in the past 10 years. The house looks way better. He's done a lot of renovations in the inside for the past few months. And again, he's being a little humble, saying he was a Navy man, but he was a commissioned officer in the Navy. I have all the trust in him. That's it.
Good. Thank you. Let me see if Mr. Jordan has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Regarding that last tenant he said was so bad, did you ever have any problem with him?
Directly, I did not have problems with them. I do remember a few times there were cars late at night speeding down the road and stuff. The one thing I remember is she was a nurse at one of the hospitals and she was dating a cop. And yeah, I mean, so that goes to show, right? I mean, you can have a long-term renter, a nurse with a bachelor's degree in some kind of sciences, dating a law enforcement officer, and he's had tons of troubles with them. So
Just because they were speeding down the road don't mean it had something to do with that house, right?
say it again, sir?
Just because they were speeding down the road doesn't necessarily mean they having connections with that house, does it? Or are you saying it did?
But what do you mean they had a connection with that house?
Cars
They were-
going down the road, were they stopping at that house?
They were parked in that house.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else on my left? On my right? Questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony today, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should deny this application.
Thank you. My name is Timothy Darms. I live to the property just to the south of theirs at 2119 Chancellery Lane, Charleston, 29414.
You said lived or lived?
Live currently.
Okay.
Yes. First wanted to say that Mr. Garcia is a wonderful guy.
Always address
Sorry. Mr. Garcia is a wonderful man. We've lived there about 4 years, and like Matt was saying, last year he's been around a lot more, and very much value him and the relationship. If he was moving into this house, I'd be ecstatic. That being said, my family and I do oppose the short-term rental for a few reasons. One of which, two of the big blessings in my life is blessed with 4 children. They're little, oldest is 6. There's no sidewalks in this neighborhood, so we're constantly in the street riding bikes, chasing bugs, things like that. And obviously, being in the street, watching for cars, there's no guarantee no matter who you are. And there's been situations that have been able to be addressed. But those situations have been able to be addressed through relationship. There's also multiple long-term rentals on our street. One of those situations with the car was from one of the sons of the long-term rental, came by, in my opinion, recklessly past my children. I waved him down. I introduced myself. I apologized that we hadn't met yet, and then asked him, hey, when we're out here, can you please slow down? And it has not been an issue yet. Again, because we have that relationship, and they've been here for a couple of years. If that were a short-term rental, where it's a new person every week, I can have those conversations, but how many times do I have to keep having those conversations? As well as just the relational value of knowing your neighbors. It's a great neighborhood. We know probably half the people on the street, and by know, I mean like have meals with, like we can't walk around our street in under 30 minutes because we have so many conversations. It's a wonderful place. But again, a short-term rental, you can't build those relationships. Is that time?
Yes. Okay, good. Do we have any? Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah, I'll ask a question real quick. Are you aware of any short-term rentals in your neighborhood? You said there's other long-term rentals. And if you are aware, have you had any issues with any short-term rental units in your general vicinity?
To my knowledge, there's kind of a circle that forms the 3 streets there. No, there are not. Which is another thing. We don't really want to set a precedence for those other rentals going to short-term.
So there's none that you're aware of?
As correct. Yeah, we're pretty aware of our street.
You don't have any issues, you're not aware of any other issues of short-term rentals in your area?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions on this side? Over there? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Hi. David Van Arsdalen. I live at 2116 Chancellery Lane. I'm right across the street. This is actually kind of nerve-wracking. I've never done this before. But I'm basically here to speak up just for my family. I have a wife and a 4-year-old daughter, and I feel like it's my duty as a father and a husband to make sure they're both protected. I'm sure many of you have children and wives as well, and husbands and everything that you want to make sure protected and safe. That's my biggest concern. I, once a year, go out with my college buddies and do a Airbnb rental, and there's 8 of us, and it does get kind of loud and rowdy, and we're all really good people, and we're all good guys, and we would intend to hurt anyone or do anything, But I always do feel like in those scenarios, like I bet these neighborhood people hate us when we're here. And like we're saying, we can't control what happens in the environment. And my biggest thing is I need to make sure that I do what I can to protect my daughter and wife. And that's my biggest thing of being opposed. I feel like I learned a lot from Ms. Garcia. I've lived in this house for 8 years. We have met once. He talked to me one time, but I feel like he has been here a lot over the last 6 months, and he has never made intention to me at all what his intention was for this property. And initially, I thought maybe he was refurbishing to move into it, or maybe get better rentals because the last few have been a little rough. But I feel like for me, a lot of issues could have been resolved if he just had a conversation with me, telling me, hey, here's the plan for this, and this is what I plan to do, and these are my steps to make sure everyone in our neighborhood remains safe. And that conversation was never had. So that's my biggest reason for being here is I want to make sure my 4-year-old daughter and my wife are safe and always safe.
Okay. I keep looking over that, so I'm going to come to you. Any questions on this side? All right, Mr. Nelson.
We do hear a lot of these cases, and we get a lot of neighbors that are not used to having short-term rentals next to their properties. And what we encourage many folks to do is, one, the permit is for a year initially. And so if there are particular issues that occur during a year, if we actually allow this to move forward, there are mechanisms in place where you could contact the county if there are specific issues. But more importantly, to your point about being in direct contact with your neighbor, we very much encourage the neighbors of those short-term rentals to have the contact information for the owner of the property so that you can reach out to them directly in case there is some type of event that needs to be addressed immediately. And we always have the police as well. So just please keep that in mind if the board does vote for this to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, I couldn't say any better than Mr. Nelson just said. I mean, there are mechanisms in place for monitoring. This is an annual permit, but when the applicant comes back up, I'm going to be recommending that he meets with all of his neighbors, or make it a condition that he meet with all of his neighbors and pass the contact information, whether it's this local contact person that he has agreed to have monitoring the property along with his direct contact information, so that if anything does happen, that your family next door or across the street feels safe that at all times, instead of just having to go knock on somebody's door or call the police because somebody's out loud and stuff. So I think what you've done and to protect your family is wonderful. That's what you should be doing. But there are mechanisms in place to make sure that he can't just have a wild party and things like that all the time. So thank you.
Any more questions? On my right. Thank you so very much for your time and talent today, sir. Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? So, Mr. Garcia, at this time, you have the right of rebuttal, if you so choose. It's limited to 2 minutes, sir. Please state your name and address again for the record, please, sir.
Luis Javier Garcia, 1379 Williams Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. Now, I'm just going to make this very simple. There's an Airbnb 0.5 miles away. The house kind of looks similar to mine. They're 5-star rated, top 5% in Airbnb bookings. Some of the reviews are: great house, super cute, clean and family friendly. Location was great for what we wanted to do. Quiet neighborhood, so close to the grocery stores, Target, Costco, great location. Other one, recommended 3 of us stayed 3 nights. I was a long-term landlord for 40 years, and I know it's not easy doing a good job. So special thanks to Jennifer and the great job that she does. It was so nice to see a couple of families walking in the neighborhood. We would love if we had the time. Jennifer was proactive and accommodating, and she keeps the place maintained. The other one, the place was great for 4 adults and 2 children. The location was perfect for many family-friendly activities in Charleston. In addition, it was great to have the extra living space while the kids slept. That's all the point that I'm trying to make here is that that's the type of people that I want to cater to, just families coming to visit here in Charleston, not somebody to come in a party and disrupt neighbors. That's all.
Let me see if I have a question for you. Mr. Neal. I'll start with, well, yes, sir.
Go,
you can go first, yes.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Garcia, thank you. I think the concern is, I have is, you said you have family in Somerville, and if someone has a complaint, something's going on at your property with somebody who's there for a short-term rental, who are you going to have your neighbors call that person in Somerville? Is that your intent? I just want to be clear who they call. Airbnb or something, that sounds like kind of remote,
No,
right?
Correct.
How
I mean,
fast can they be there? How fast can they be to address the
So
problem?
they live 15 minutes away.
15 minutes?
15 minutes. 15 minutes away. I mean, personally, if it's based on your recommendation, I have no problem making my cousin the point of contact, right? I personally feel very comfortable getting the phone call first because I'm the owner of the property. And if I need my cousin to go there because of the complaint that was made, if I can't handle it, then I have no problem contacting her. But it's all based on your recommendation. What I would prefer for me to be the first point of contact, since I'm the homeowner of the property, I've rented properties for over 20 plus years, and even though they're not long-term rentals, they're still people. And sometimes the majority of the people, you can solve the problem just by having a conversation or getting the property people, the proper people involved, because it really doesn't take my cousin to call the police, because I can do the same thing, and quite frankly, my cousin would tell me the same thing. So, but once again, I'll follow whatever recommendations the board gives.
Thank you. Let's see what Mr. Neal has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So keep this real simple. I think your focus is on who you're going to let rent your property, and our focus to approve a permit is how are you going to manage the property and impact on the neighborhood, because those are the things that are compliant to get the permit. So if we can hear your assurances that you're going to manage the property with a team of people here locally, people out of Florida, and you're going to meet with all the surrounding homeowners to make sure that their urgency and cares and concerns about their families and the roads and the houses and all those things are addressed, I think being a former Navy man or military man, and thank you for your service, I think all those things are going to be fine. But you keep making a focus of Airbnb and all the tenants are going to be wonderful tenants, and that's great for you, but that doesn't have anything to do with the homeowners around you. And you need to make sure that the impact and the homeowners and the community are not going to be there. So if you can address that real quickly, I think we can move on.
Absolutely. I plan to manage the property with my family down there in South Carolina. If anything comes around, they can call me, I can call them. I'm going to make sure that I talk to the neighbors, that they can have my phone numbers around my house, and that in the event that something happens, we can be in touch to resolve any problem that comes about with the property.
Okay. Mr. Jordan.
Follow-up to my colleague's question, since you want to be the main person, how many minutes is it going to take you to drive back from Florida? You said you want to be the main one.
So it literally takes me 6 hours to drive from Florida. It takes me a couple hours to fly in a plane.
Okay.
And I'm not opposed to doing either. Quite frankly, I plan to come to my property at least once a month or every couple of months just to take care of it.
I'm still that guy that worried about the 4 a.m. problem.
Understood.
Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, I apologize. Please come back. I made an assumption.
Sorry. Do you have a maximum number of tenants that you'll allow for your listing?
Yes, so I currently have up to 8, but to be honest with you, I'm thinking of just limiting it down to 6 people. I can house 7 people comfortably in 7 beds, but I personally think I want to keep it down to maybe 6. But my application was for 8.
You got something good for us, Mr. Jordan?
Got a question?
I know. A good question. Go ahead, I'm just messing with you.
How many parking spaces?
I got 5 parking spaces.
Okay.
Anyone else? I apologize if I cut anybody off short. Okay. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
At this time, the case is closed to the public. Do we have any questions of staff about this case? Do we have? Yes, sir.
Just one on the staff recommendations. Is it okay to add in the staff recommendations that they have a point of contact local? Is that, Mr. Chair or Mr. Attorney or staff? Is that allowable?
Yeah, yes.
Currently in the staff recommendations, do we? We could add that as a local contact for property management. Is that how we would say something like that?
Okay. Any more general discussion?
Fine, thank you.
Questions of staff? Mrs. Sedell, Truslow, I'm sorry. You feel that you want to make a motion for us?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I would first observe, however, that we're off. I live in a community where have many short-term rentals. We're often better off having with proper vetting multiple short-term rentals than we are with a bad long-term neighbor. So that's just something that I hear both sides of the arguments every day, and I respect what the opposition is saying. That said, we're compelled to comply with the law. In this case, I make a motion that we approve the special exception for short-term rental, extended home rental. It's limited to 144 days. I'm not sure if everybody knows it, but it's limited to 144 days. It can be no more than that. This case is governed by Zelder Ordinance Chapter 6 and 6.8 in particular, also 6.1, 6.1 notice, there's notice and jurisdiction. We've had the benefit of staff review, a presentation, well-stated opposition, considered everything. We have a home that appears to have I can just cut to the chase. The criteria are set forth in 6.8.2C 1 through 3. These are 3 conditions that, using a golf term, we have to play them as they lie. Those conditions have been met. Number 1, it's compatible with the existing uses. There's been indicated that there are other short-term rentals in the area. Based on the evidence, there's no evidence before me that the community would be adversely affected by having short-term rentals, especially as compared to a bad long-term renter. There's been an adequate provision for setbacks, buffers, landscaping, that sort of parking, that sort of thing. And number 3, it's in compliance with the law, and they're in the site review process that they've got to meet before they'll be able to have this short-term rental. So I would make this motion contingent upon the conditions that have been recommended by staff, with an addition that there be a local point of contact. So that's my motion.
Do I have a second?
A second.
So, Ms. Smith?
Hand up right before I did.
Well, I heard that before I saw your hand, so we got a second over here. Any discussion? Brief. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Mr. Garcia, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, staff will be letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. Okay, our next case is BZA 02-25-00845. And Mr. Ziegler will be administering this case for us.
So the applicants and property owners, Robert and Crystal Dorner, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback and the required 15-foot interior side setback for existing unpermitted detached accessory structures at 7810 Oakville Road, TMS number 096-00-00-038 in the St. Paul's area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the north, east, and west are located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district. The property to the south is in the Agricultural Preservation AG10 zoning district. The property is 0.02 acres and contains a legally non-conforming single-family residence that was constructed in 1940 for Charleston County records. The residence is legally non-conforming because it encroaches into the required 50-foot front setback, However, the first Charleston County zoning ordinance was adopted on August 15th, 1971. The property also contains the following unpermitted detached accessory structures that are wholly within the required 30-foot rear setback: an accessory dwelling unit, a wood deck, shed, and a boat/RV cover. There is an additional unpermitted detached accessory structure that is used as a home office that will require permits. However, it does not need a variance because it complies with the required setbacks. More specifically, the applicants are requesting to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 25 feet to 5 feet at the closest point for an ADU, and to reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 9 feet to 6 feet at the closest point for the ADU, to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 20 feet to 10 feet for a wood deck, to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 17 feet to 13 feet for a shed, and to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 21 feet to 9 feet for an RV/boat cover. The applicant's letter of intent explains, quote, "We request our setbacks be moved to the property line to allow permits for sheds placed on and within our fence/property line. We were unaware of the unusual setbacks when placing the shed and need to take corrective action. It is an older property. We removed a structure that was already on the property line and replaced it. We were unaware that this was not within our permitted land," end quote. And here's the zoning map, the zoning ordinance requirements, the 300-foot radius map, an aerial photo, and a zoomed out aerial. We posted the property on March the 15th. And here's some pictures of the existing structures. This is the ADU, the wood deck with pergola, the shed, and the boat and RV cover. Here's the site plan, survey, plat. And regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet criterion 1 through 4 and 7. We stated that it meets criteria 5, and that it may not meet criteria 6. The applicant provided one letter of support of this application from a neighbor, and we didn't receive any public comments for this case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Does anyone on my left have a question or comment for staff? On my right, Mr. Sedell?
Yes, I just wondered, the letter of support, is it from the neighbor that's nearest to the outbuilding?
I think it was 7828 was the address. I don't know the exact.
Well, I'll ask the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really on how did we get here, since this is a non-conforming? Did they build the ADU and looking for a building permit, or did we just stumble across this? What triggered this?
It was most likely a neighbor called in, or a code officer was riding by the street and happened to notice it.
Well, was it happen to notice all of it, or just the ADU? Because, I mean, there seems to be a lot of stuff.
Well, so
going
the main
on.
house has been there since 1940, and the other structures were just placed there after he purchased the property in 2022. So it was either a neighbor called in,
Okay.
or a code officer rode by and happened to notice.
So the variances are because of all of the structures are impeding somewhere, so we don't need any permits, building permits afterwards, or is that the next step, to get the variances?
He'll need retroactive building permits.
And then it's going to be building permits to get all the stuff. Okay, I'll ask the applicant then. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I just wanted two questions. The first one, was there a requirement for a building permit?
There was, yes, and he will need to obtain one.
I've read that the applicant said this was a do-it-yourself project. Did they claim that they were just ignorant of the law, or did they? I don't mean that in an impolite way.
They did say they were unaware of the setbacks when they placed the the structures.
Great applicant question.
Pardon me?
That's a great applicant question.
All right.
And I think that all the sheds were prefabricated by Bennett Buildings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But the wood deck had to be built. I mean, that's not
All right.
prefabricated.
All right. That's all. That's it, 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Mr. Ziegler. Oh, tongue-tied. Long day. All right, is the applicant present?
Right there.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, and
Robert.
please tell us why we should
Robert
approve your
Dorner, 7810 Oakville Road, Hollywood, South Carolina, 29449. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board.
Good evening. Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Before we put any structures, we had a fence built around the property, and everything is within the fence line, set back from the fence line. So I made a mistake of not checking as much as I should have and going with assumptions, and figured as long as everything's well within my property and not impeding on anyone else's properties. The direct next door neighbor is the one that wrote the letter. I know you didn't ask that yet, but nonetheless, as an example, and looking at the other properties in the area, we've added beautification. I guess that's an opinion versus a fact, but we've cleaned it up a lot. It's not like we've got engines hanging from our trees and cars sitting in our front yard that don't work or don't run. Not trying to do anything wrong, trying to get here to correct it. So.
Okay, so you did explain to us how we got here.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about the ADU, the shed and the deck. Tell us how that came about, and when did you purchase the property? I know it's in the record, but we want to get you to put it on record.
2022 is when we purchased the property. The ADU is actually a replacement office for my office. We recently had my mother-in-law move in with us. She's not able to take care of herself anymore. So we had to have a place to put her stuff, and then I had to have a place to have my office. I work from home 4 days a week, and we also homeschool, so we need kind of a private area so the kid can concentrate. Exhibit right there. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to address you. But that's the reason.
And what kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm in meat sales. I sell to our local restaurants, and I saw you perk up. I sell to our local restaurants and resorts. I've been doing that for about 20 years, and I used to be a chef prior to that.
Hoorah. Okay.
Food guy.
All right, he might have a restaurant meat question for you at the very end.
Well,
Those I can answer.
No, I actually need to, because I see your shirt. You
need to
Mr.
recuse
Attorney,
yourself.
I do business with, if he works for Halperns or he represents Halperns, I do business with that vendor. So I think I should recuse myself from this issue.
I am the sales manager for the area too, so any accounts in the Charleston area.
I'd like to recuse myself from this. Thank you.
Thanks for your business.
They're very good.
I got a question.
Okay, I'm going to start with Mr. Sedell, if you don't mind.
The question about, you received a letter in support. So if you look at can we bring up the map there? Maybe.
This one, I think this is
Upper
Yeah.
right-hand corner. Yes.
That's okay. There's a AGR property behind you, and then you have, looks like 2 lots along Oakville Road. Which property owner sent the letter of support?
May I clarify? Okay, if you're looking at that picture, it's the neighbor. It's the neighbor directly to the left. Anthony and Joyce right there. And then those lines in between are an easement for the 5-acre property behind us that does not have, just got a road on the other side of the property, which you can't see from that picture.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
So this ADU, is this something that I think I heard that you had somebody build it for you?
No, it was, I'm sorry, are you done? I don't want to interrupt you. It was
Well-
purchased from Bennett's Buildings.
Okay, so they brought this out as one unit and set it on?
Precisely.
So this company didn't mention that you might want to check setbacks, or they don't?
I asked them to put it, where they could legally. They do this all the time, and they said, all right. And I said, I want it as close to that corner as we can make it, and they put it down. I also asked them if we needed permits, which I know that's not what we're talking about, but I was also told we don't need permits. And now I'm told that Bennett Building has been reprimanded and they won't sell you a building without a permit. So that apparently was a larger scoping situation, just to throw that in there.
Gotcha.
Mr. Truslow,
Yes, sir.
you got a question?
Yes, sir, I do. I've recently, in a meeting with a large group of contractors, got an earful, well, really an earful, from contractors who faithfully follow the law, and they're frustrated when others don't, and there's no consequence, except they then have to go. If they get caught, they have to comply. What do I tell them if there's no consequence? What do you suggest?
I mean, I think that there is consequence. I mean, I'm standing right here and trying to make it right. If I'd have known that I was breaking the law, I wouldn't have done that or, gone out of parameters. So, I mean, I don't really have a direct argument to those contractors. I mean, I get frustrated when people go to Costco to buy their meat instead of getting it on my truck, too. And it's just kind of, not trying to,
Well, one's legal and one's not.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I would never do anything like that. I mean, it's a character judgment. But
I'm sure, and I didn't mean it in a pejorative when I was asking a
Understood.
question about ignorance of law. You didn't just go out and say, I know I'm going to break the law, I'm going to do it, and just hope I don't get caught.
correct.
Okay.
I grew up on a farm. I'm a do-it-yourselfer, so I go build the deck if I feel like I want to build a deck. I mean, I just didn't think past it because we're out in the county and there's woods surrounding us.
I understand.
If I was in West Ashley, that'd be a different story.
I have to tell you, I'm struggling with the concept that we can't be seen as encouraging people to violate the law, and the only consequences that just have to come into compliance. So I'm looking for a little bit more from you. Do you have anything you can provide for me so I can help you?
Elaborate? Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I didn't intentionally break the law. We moved the one structure that is within the setbacks from West Ashley, which I did have permits and all those kind of fun things for, which I can't really necessarily do anything about now, from there to this place and had the fence put up. So I thought we were within our legal, abilities to do what we did. I mean, I'm not hiring outside contractors. I'm not, running electricity and plumbing and things like that. I'm just dropping a shed. This is my wife.
I'm sorry. We can only have one speak at a time. I will give you an opportunity. Thank you.
All right. And then the final thing, if you were through, I was going to ask you what.
I was just going to say I made a mistake initially. I mean, that's basically it. I made a mistake, and I would like to correct it and move forward with stuff.
What is if you were required to remove these structures and comply with the law, what would be the cost? How difficult would it be for you?
It would cost me thousands of dollars, and like the deck that I built and stuff, I wouldn't be able to recoup that. I mean, it would just be lost lumber and such.
I mean, do you have any figure on that you can give us?
When I moved, sorry to interrupt you, I moved the shed from West Ashley to Hollywood in 2022. It cost me $2,500. So I mean, that's the closest I would have as a guesstimation. I know from making a mistake, if I demo something, there was a structure in the yard that I took down. It was just cinder block that fell over, honestly, and I was worried about his safety, so I went ahead and ripped that down. During this process, I found out that I needed a permit to demo that too, even though it was just 3 walls. So I would have to get permits and demo the structures in the back, and I mean, I don't know what the cost would be, and time and energy, and it would be obviously thousands, but I'm not sure exactly what it would be.
All right, thank you.
Any on my left? Ladies, any questions? Mr. Jordan?
So when you found out you were not in compliance, was that and you wanted to do the right thing, was that because you decided on that, or was that because you received word from the county?
We received word from the county. I saw a code enforcement guy actually drove past and stopped.
But you never went and inquired yourself?
No, I didn't. I mean, I did when I lived in West Ashley, and I mean, past that point, because we were in the city, we needed to do things, but I was told in the county I wouldn't. So I inquired, but not at time of. I inquired prior, so I was working off of knowledge I thought that I had that I was wrong
Thank
on.
you.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you for your time and your testimony tonight. One question I have you had any conversations with the Baxleys that own the property behind you?
I have not, because they have been rude, and there's a reason that I don't communicate with them that we found out looking at the National Registry site with the 6-year-old, that you kind of don't want to communicate
Okay.
with them. And it's also, didn't want to go into that, but strategically why we put stuff where we put it.
Okay, and the fence that you built, it looks like you actually pulled it in from the property line
Yes.
slightly, is that correct?
Just to be sure we were fine. That we had built by a 5-star fencing. It was permitted and everything.
Okay.
I
And
also, I'm sorry, I also pulled permits for all the other work. We replaced the windows, the roof, insulated the crawl space, unfortunately twice. We had to get it redone. And we encapsulated the attic at the house. We have permits for all of that stuff. So, I mean,
that's for the house itself, not for any of the
for the
structures
house, yes.
y'all gonna-
I mean, I made sure permits were pulled where permits should be pulled, I thought, you know.
Mhm.
But I just say evidence of me trying not to do the wrong thing and trying to do the right thing. So sorry to interrupt you.
No,
That's all I was trying to
I
say.
get, these things do happen. People do make mistakes, and we see that. Can any of the structures that have been installed within the setback area be moved some distance away from the line?
If I was to hire a crane or a flatbed or something to come in to get it, yeah. But I mean, we would have to, it would require a serious undertaking.
And part of your testimony tonight has been that, I can't remember the name of the fabricator for the buildings, but they told you that you were okay putting these structures where you put them?
Correct. I was told that if I have a movable structure, as long as there's not like a foundation dug in, cemented to the ground, that would be fine.
Okay.
And apparently that law changed in '22, just so happened to be the same year that we were moving. So, you know, a lot of stuff going on. I mean, the backstory too, when we bought the house, the roof broke open on us and it flooded the inside of the house, and we were homeless for like a month. And there's a bunch of drama going on behind the scenes with all these decisions that we made.
I got you. And then my final question is, who is the architect or engineer that actually drew these drawings for you on both the plat?
Oh, that and my brother-in-law.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank you so
Not
much.
me. No, I was like to say, I YouTubed a lot of stuff, but not that.
Well, they're well done, so I was just kind of curious about who took the
He
time.
did it by
to-
hand. Didn't even
It's
use
apparent.
CAD, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else on my left? Okay, back on my right. Good. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I got a question. So you said that there's two structures. I'm assuming it's the ADU that's not on a foundation. It's just sitting on some sort of
cinder blocks. Yeah.
Cinder blocks.
With like tie downs, but yeah, it's just sitting there.
And then your metal shed, I'm assuming that's not on a foundation as well. But then the other pole barn sort of structures are
Correct, yes.
down a foundation, including the wood deck next
Next
the
to the
play deck or whatever
yes.
that is.
Correct. Yeah, that deck is in the ground, and then the pole barn is too, but there's no walls. So I was working on if it's not a livable structure, and I'm doing the work myself, and it doesn't exceed a certain amount of money, then I'd be good. But apparently, I'm wrong. So
Gotcha. Thank you.
So thanks.
Appreciate it. Good question. Anyone else on my right? Thank you so very much for your testimony today, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you had something you wanted to tell us. I apologize, we can only have one at a time. So please pull that mic down. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Crystal Dorner, and my address is 7810 Oakville Road, Hollywood, 29449. And I just wanted to tell my husband, because I know we're just a bit nervous, that from our research, it wasn't just ignore the law, we're going to do what we want. We thought we were within the law to have those structures where they are. I was going off the law that I looked up that said, you know, if you were doing the work yourself, you were okay, you didn't need a permit, and if it was under a certain amount of money, it was okay. And then when we bought the buildings from Bennett's Building, they never told us we needed a permit or anything about setbacks. So I just wanted to make that known on the record that nothing was done intentionally. You know, obviously we wouldn't want to lose a lot of money or break the law or anything. We thought we were within our rights within the property line along our fence to put the structures. And again, the building is for my 83-year-old mother that just became homeless because my brother moved and is having health problems, and she moved in with us, and it was all just kind of a quick, you know, okay, we can take you in, and figure it out. So I just wanted to let you guys know that and hope that you will understand that we didn't do anything purposefully, and that's it.
That's fantastic. How old is your mother again?
She's 83.
Oh, okay, good. Any questions on my left? Right? Yes, sir, Mr.
One
Brown.
question. Is she mobile, able to get from her the ADU to the main house?
She is.
To
She's
some
very-
degree, or
she-
what-
Yeah, she's very hard of hearing and has some health issues, but
Okay.
we're grateful that she's okay to
Okay.
move around a little bit. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thank you for your we thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay, if not, case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff? Have any?
The applicant testified that the fabricator has been reprimanded by the county. Do you guys have any evidence of that?
I'm not aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me. Kyle, are you going to add something to that? He sits with the code guys, so.
I do sit with the code guys, and I do overhear some talks. And they, to my knowledge, Officer Mulhern, who I think is the one who found these structures, he did call Bennett Buildings and gave them a talking to about setbacks and so forth, and how any more buildings put in the setbacks, a ticket of $1,000 will be written per shed or building delivered in setbacks. So that's all I know.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Any more other questions of staff? Any general discussion?
I have a thought, excuse me, along the lines of what Mr. Nelson was saying, if this nice couple had been misled, wouldn't they have a remedy? So it wouldn't cost them anything?
What would that look like?
I guess they would have a claim against the person. If someone misled them, they would have a remedy. They could go to them or they could report them to the county, and we could stop. I could stop getting this earful from contractors who get frustrated when others don't comply with the law. And the second part of it is I struggle with the concept that we can't be seen as encouraging a violation of the law. And I think I see my colleague who's a lawyer at the other end of the table that in equity, it's always said that if you seek equity, you've got to do equity as a threshold matter. So I'm struggling with those things.
My response would be is that we're here to hear a variance request, right? And we have 7 criteria which have to be met in order for us to grant that variance. And the question is whether or not the applicant meets all 7 of those criteria. And I would say that if you look at the county staff recommendations, they say that it meets or meets everything except criterion 6, which is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And the applicant has testified that there are actions from others that have also led to their decision to put the building in that location. And by virtue of that, not that we should poll or actually state what our position should be prior to moving toward a vote, I'm compelled by the applicant's testimony that he meets all 7 criteria. I don't think we're encouraging people to break the law. I think we're trying to find out if they meet the 7 criteria when they request the variance.
Thank you for your comment. Any other discussions?
In regards to number 6, legally, how is that, or should we view that as either ignorant or whether it's their actions did it, there's no way around that, but can they claim ignorance in that? And then us say that the need for the variance is not the result of their own actions. I mean, it obviously is. because they didn't know it, does that change that?
Wouldn't that partially be the builder that put it there? Wouldn't it be their actions, not the homeowner?
That would be a matter of agency, though.
Yeah, I don't.
I thought,
Yeah, but
Chairman?
you hire somebody trusting them, right?
Trust but verify.
If they make a mistake, you have the agency principle.
Right.
How do you get, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way around it. And do we ignore the law? I don't know. It's worth.
We were just talking about how they would have a remedy to sue them, so you would think that, clearly you think somebody's at fault, right? So you think the builder is at fault in some degree, otherwise they wouldn't have a remedy.
I can't try the applicant's case for them, but had I been the applicant, I would have sought some statement from the builder, or I would have gotten something else from the county.
Thank you, Mr. Yuki.
So I'm going to kind of redirect you back to what Mr. Nielsen said. A lot of what you're discussing right now is beyond the scope of what you should be focused on. Whether or not they have a remedy outside of what they're trying to do now, they're trying to come into compliance with county requirements, and that's really the only thing that's before the board. And in terms of deciding whether or not their actions were ignorant of the law or they were misled, that's a judgment call. That's really up to you guys to decide. And it's the same question on, for number 6 on all of these cases. So it's really just, when you go before a judge looks at a person, hears testimony, and decides if the person's being honest. Are they trustworthy? And I think that's the evaluation that you use here.
Thank you, sir. All right. So at this time, I'll ask for a motion to either approve or deny this particular case. Do we have anybody?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. In the matter of BZA 0225000845, I would make a motion that we approve this variance request. In making this motion, I find that it meets all 7 of the criteria necessary for obtaining the variance. That 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Again, as staff states, the legally non-conforming house that was already present on site is one of the exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property that then dictates where other structures could be placed on the property. For criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, as stated in staff comments, that the principal dwellings adjacent to the subject property appear to meet the required 50-foot street side setback. But in this particular instance, with the angle of the house and how it's situated related to the road out front, and the size of the property behind their property, I do believe that we meet that criterion as well. For criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, the applicant has testified that the property is residential and will only be used by the owner. So we do meet that criterion as well. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. In the determination that we meet that criterion, this is one of the ones in which we've received no negative comments from neighbors, and in fact, one positive comment from a neighbor, so I believe we meet that criterion as well. Criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district. We clearly meet that criterion, as we're not changing any zoning within the property. And for criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. In finding that the application meets that criterion, I am compelled by their testimony that they did some due diligence into the law and determined that they would not need to pull permits, which is what would have given them knowledge of the actual setbacks on their property. Further, having a fabricator indicate to them that they were well within their rights to place the structures where they placed them, I do believe we meet that criterion as well. And for criterion 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, the comprehensive plan is not compromised by the granting of the variance. In making this motion, I would include the one special condition recommended by staff. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Sadal, I saw first. I'm sorry, I look over this way first, so y'all have to say something. Any general discussion?
For me, one thing, I just have a lot of trouble. I agree with 6 of the 7 statements of criteria that Mr. Nelson stated, but I'm having a difficult time. I just can't ignore staff's observation that this didn't meet criteria 6. I think it's a very honest group of people. I don't question their integrity at all. But I can't. I know I'm only one vote, but I can't ignore staff's observation that this was not in compliance with, didn't meet the criteria. So that's.
So the staff, I think you should look at whether or not the staff says something meets, does not meet, or may meet. It's more of an observation. The final decision is a decision made by the board.
That's what I said. That was staff's observation. I would tend to respect the observation, opinion, whatever you want to call it, of staff in this instance.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the staff is not making the decision. So
Staff's not
it's just
making
an
the
observation.
decision.
We also said that it may not meet criterion 6. We didn't say that it didn't meet.
There's a motion.
Yes. So we have a motion that has been, who seconded it?
Mr. Sadell.
Mr. Sadell. Okay. So we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. We take it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous.
I was going to say no.
I thought you raised your hand. Okay.
I thought it was after you were through. But it's a moot issue now.
All those who voted for, please.
Except one.
Oh,
And one person sustained. He voted against. Correct. Opposed. Right.
No.
you put your hand up too fast for me. I'm sorry. Congratulations, your application has been approved. You'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps. Thank you. Within 10 days, of course. Thank you. Okay. Guys, it's getting close here now. Yeah. Our next case is case BZA 02-25-00846. And Ms. Workin will administer that case.
The applicant and property owner, Brian Weatherford of Ion Venture LLC, is requesting a variance to remove a 33-inch DBH diameter breast height grand live oak tree for a proposed single-family residence at 216 Shady Lane, which is TMS number 350-14-00083 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the east, south, and west are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The adjacent property to the north is located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. Sorry, I'm trying to speed this up. The 0.26 acre property is currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to construct a single-family residence. The property contains 5 grand trees. The applicant and property owner plans to preserve the 36-inch DBH live oak, the 29-inch live oak, the 27-inch live oak, and the 26-inch live oak. The applicant is requesting to remove the 33, and that's a grade A tree. The applicant's letter of intent explains, remove one 33-inch grand tree and encroach into the tree, but we noted that they do not need an encroachment variance for this request. That's the site plan showing the tree in the middle of the site, zoning ordinance, 300-foot radius map, aerial, zoomed in, zoomed out. We posted the property on March 14th. Oops, sorry, I'm going too fast. This is a picture of the tree, the 33-inch. Just some general pictures of the subject property. And then these are photographs that the applicant provided. And the site plan again, and the plat. We stated that we think it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, and then it meets 5. We did receive one public comment in support of this request. The board may approve with conditions, or to deny the request based on the board's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff is suggesting 3 conditions. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 33 dBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The latter mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to the zoning permit approval for construction. Any questions?
Mr. Neal?
I'm back. Yeah, 2 quick questions. It looks like, what's the grade of the tree that he's asking for the variance, the removal?
Grade A.
Grade A. And what type, it's a live oak, I think I see on the plat?
Yes.
And then the other 2 tree disturbances are not asking for variances. Do we need anything on that, on the tree?
No.
Are there, neither
No.
one of them are within the
Yeah,
percentage?
this plan meets the requirements. It just needs the variance for the tree.
That's fine, then. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Working. Thank you so very much. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application,
Hi,
sir.
I'm Brian Weatherford. I live at 31 Wedge Park Road, Charleston, 29407. And I think the lot meets all the criteria for the hardship variance. Picked a very modest plan. It's only 24 and a half feet wide. The lot is loaded with live oaks. And spoke with the neighbor to the right. They're okay with it. The neighbor to the left sent a letter of support. The neighbors to the behind, I think, wouldn't be affected at all. I don't see how anybody would be negatively affected by the variance being approved. So I would ask that you guys approve the variance.
Okay. How long have you had the lot, sir?
We bought it in January.
This January?
Correct.
Okay. Good. And what size house you going to put on it?
It's 1,800 square feet.
Pretty modest home.
Yeah, it's only 24 and a half feet wide.
And you're going to live in it? No.
That's the plan.
Oh, that's the plan. Okay. Cool. Any questions to my left? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Smith.
This tree looks like a split trunk. Is there an arborist report or anything that states that the tree might have disease or be an issue as it grows?
I met Mr. Foster on site, and he looked at the tree.
If ever a tree is coming to BZA, it's because it is in perfect health and has no pest or disease signs.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to my left? Any questions to my right? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Yep.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. It's case closed to the public. Board members, any other questions for staff? Any other general discussion, excuse me? Yes, sir.
Chairman, I make a motion.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I think we're at that point.
In case of BZA 0225000846, I move that we approve this variance request. I find it meets all 7 of the criteria. There are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this property. Although there are several grand trees, there is one that lies in the natural location for the foundation of a home. And it's really the only buildable area of that lot, so it meets that criteria. The conditions do not apply to other property in the vicinity. I think this area is built out. That doesn't apply, so that meets that criteria. It necessarily would prohibit a usage of the property to not do this. Yes, I think, again, it's the buildable area, the normal buildable area. If you look at the plat, it certainly makes sense in terms of how the house is being placed. And it is not an unreasonably large house. It is definitely within, is not being requested because of unusually large usage of the lot. It will not substantially be a detriment to adjacent property or the public good, meets that criteria. It will not establish a use not permitted in the zoning district. It meets criteria 5. It is the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's actions. This lot was plotted by the developer, and it's the last remaining lot in that area. So it meets criteria number 6. And number 7, does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan, so it meets that criteria. This motion is made with conditions that all 3 conditions referenced from staff be met. And I think that's my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Mr. Nelson, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Aye. That was unanimous, correct? Yes. So it carried. Once again, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, staff will be sending information out to you, letting you know the next step. Thank you, sir, and good night. That's why I took it. All right, last one.
2 more.
2 more. Sorry. Our next case is BZA 0225-00847, and Ms. Workin will administer that case for us.
The applicant and property owner, Macario Lopez Ramirez, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 5-foot interior side setback for an existing unpermitted attached carport and to reduce the required, 3-foot interior side setback for an existing unpermitted detached accessory structure pavilion at 4453 Clovewood Street, TMS number 388-0600152 in the North area of Charleston County. The subject property and the surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The single-family residence and the attached garage located to the right of the residence were constructed in 1972 per Charleston County records. The unpermitted carport and pavilion were constructed in 2021 and discovered by code enforcement in December 2021. The wood posts are on the property line, or right on the property line. What was I going to say? Yeah. This is the ordinance requirements. So this is for the attached structure, and then this is for the detached. You have different setbacks. The 300-foot radius map, aerial. You can see the roofs on the aerial. And we posted the property on March 14th. This is the attached carport. The detached pavilion is to the rear of that. You can kind of see underneath it, this picture. More pictures of the subject property and the site plan, plat. Okay, so we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 7. It meets 5 and it does not meet 6. And we just stated that the need for the variance is the result of the applicant's own actions because they did not obtain the required permits in 2021. Therefore, the request does not meet this criterion. So that was our response for 6. But we also don't know the full story, so, of what happened here, other than our code enforcement guy found it. So. Oh, and if you can approve conditions, deny the requests based on your findings of fact. And if you choose to approve it, we have one suggested condition that the applicant property owner shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the unpermitted attached carport and the unpermitted detached accessory structure pavilion.
Any questions for Ms. Working? Mr. Brown?
No, it's not part of this conversation, but the shed in the back, that meets all requirements and setbacks and everything.
Yeah.
Did I hear that this was seen by county code in 2021?
That was my same question.
And why so long to finally be here?
That's a really good question. The
And
list,
what recently brought it through if it
I think
sat for
just
4 years unknown?
we have a very long list, and just going through the list with assistant county administrators and trying to get some of these resolved, closed out. Because there's a lot of these just haven't. And we have several that this particular code enforcement officer is very good at follow-up, and so he does a great job in trying to get people to apply. Yeah.
No, good answer.
Yeah, but no, I've seen there's violations that take years to clean up, and my opinion is it should be cleaned up through the court process, but the county wants to give people an opportunity to try to keep it if they can.
Do the right thing.
Yeah.
You had a question, sir?
Yeah, my question is along the same line. Do we know when this might be an applicant question, do we know when the homeowners obtained this property? Did you say that?
I have that information in my folder,
That's
but
just, I'm wondering,
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the timeline.
Yeah, I can
If they
get
just
that.
bought it, just got involved, or if it was
Yeah,
something they
I
built.
can look
But
that
I can
up.
wait, I can hold that for the applicant, it's fine. Thank you.
Any questions on my left? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Miss Working, looking through some of the historic photos going back like 2001, the side of the house where this carport was built, do you know if the applicant actually extended their raised roof any further out?
I think possibly, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's hard to tell from the aerials. It almost looks
Yeah,
like there's
'cause
some kind of structure there.
It's hard. The aerials are usually off a little bit, especially in certain areas of the county. Like in the east area of the county, it almost looks like half the houses are like on somebody else's property. So it's not super accurate, but it's close. It's very close.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions to my left? Any more? Thank you. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why. Please pull that microphone down. We want to hear every word you have to say.
Hi, my name is Yareli Lopez Santos. My address is 4453 Clovis Street, Ladson, South Carolina 29456.
Good.
I'm just here to ask if I can interpret for my dad.
Very good. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Just
So
me.
please ask your dad why we should approve this application. Did you hear all the questions that were said up here in the comments? You did it?
Yes.
Do you understand? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, good. All right. So tell your dad in his words, best words, if he could tell us what happened and what brings us here.
Okay.
Have him step in front of the mic. So we might have somebody that can speak Spanish here on this board too. So have him there in front of the mic so we can kind of hear as well. Now, you go ahead and talk to us because, go ahead.
He said that he didn't know he was supposed to get a permit. And, it was just basically he didn't know. It was just to put his trailer in there and to prevent, like, the rain, when the rain comes down, to get in the trailer.
Okay. When did you guys purchase the property?
¿Cuándo era 2013.
2013. Okay. So did your dad build the extension?
Tú lo hiciste, Yes.
Okay. So he just built on the property line, just built as far as he knew to go, right?
Yes.
I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. Board members, does any board member have a question? To my right. Do we have any questions? Mr. Nelson.
Was there a carport there prior to the roof being raised?
It was, ¿verdad que allí no había para parquear carro? No.
Any more questions on my left?
I have a follow-up. Go ahead, Mr. Sadell.
Oh, okay, Mr. Sadell.
I would like to know, the neighbor to the left, that's next to the carport, have they raised any objections to the carport? Or when the construction was made, did they have any problems with that?
Los que están de lado no te han dicho nada, ¿verdad? No, they haven't asked anything or made remarks about it.
Okay, thank you.
My next question is, why is it so high? Why was it built so high? Is there a reason? Does he have a tall truck? Does he have things that go in it? And also, why is it connected to the house as well? I mean, what's the connection between the extension and how it's done to the house? Maybe put the picture up. Yeah. Why is it so much higher with the house?
Pero dice porque está muy alto. Because the truck is very high and big.
And is it connected to the house right now, or is it just the roof? Is it a separate roof, or is it connected to the house?
It's connected to the house.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, no other questions on my right? No other questions on my left? Oh, okay.
Can the roof be on the carport be lowered at all? Which I think might be what Mr. Neal's getting to.
He says if it's needed to be, he will lower it.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you had a question? No. Okay. Mr. Jordan?
But if we're going to give him a variance,
Yeah.
and he wants to use it for his truck, why lower it?
Yeah.
Correct, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Thank you both. Do we have anyone else? There's only you. You're here for the next case, right? Okay. So you know nothing. So there's no one else to speak in favor. There's no one else to speak in opposition. All right. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any question of staff?
Yeah, I have one question for staff.
Yes, sir.
So the variance here is basically to reduce the side setback from 5 feet to 3 feet. Is that correct? So we're only losing 2 feet here. And the variance doesn't have anything to do with the height of it. All you've said is staff recommendation was to bring it into building permit, building compliance. So if there's any issues with those compliances, that's on staff and building office and stuff like that. So I don't have any issues with the height. I don't think it looks great, but it's okay.
So
I mean, it
the
is what it is.
required side setback for the pavilion, no, I'll start over. The required side setback for the carport, because it's attached, is 5 feet, and it's on the property line,
It's on the property. So we're going to move it from 5 to 0.
basically.
Okay.
And then because the pavilion's detached, it's allowed to be 3 feet, but again, it's on the property.
Right.
The posts.
So we're really only talking a couple of feet here. We're talking 5 feet on one side and a couple on the other, right? Yeah. Okay.
3.
That's all I wanted to make sure. I want to point out the issue. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, did I answer the other questions? I think I did. Yeah.
I mean, so the detached structure does not need a variance, but
They both do. They just have different setback requirements.
Okay.
But they both they don't meet their setbacks.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
The question. I just noticed new porch additions on the front and the rear. Is that being permitted? Has it?
Yes, and
It's
that meets
currently
the
in permit.
setbacks.
But it's currently being permitted
I think they.
or was permitted? Or?
Yeah. Is there a better picture? It's really hard to see these pictures sometimes. They look better on, yeah. But that was permitted, correct. And it doesn't need a variance.
It says it was permitted, so I'm just,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why this wasn't found or part of that. Why?
I know.
But okay, thanks.
All right. At this time, I need a motion to approve or deny, please. Anybody? One of my newbies want to take a shot at it? Oh, okay, well, okay, we trust that.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vice, you got to come into my rescue.
in the matter of BZA 0225000847, I will make a motion that we approve this request. One, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property. Again, it being a compact lot with not a lot of room and the need to put equipment and store equipment over there, I understand the need for the carport, so we meet criterion 1. For criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, with the limited amount of space over there for storing equipment and trailer, I do believe we meet that criterion as well. For criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. In meeting this criterion, the applicant has stated if it was removed from the property, it would defeat the purpose of what it was built for in protecting his equipment. And so I believe we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. The neighbors have had an opportunity here in this particular case to complain about the location and size of the structure and have chosen not to do so. So I do believe we meet that criterion as well. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use that's not otherwise permitted. We clearly meet that criterion. And for criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. This is one of those difficult questions that we always have to ask with every single variance request, and I don't know if there's a way to clearly articulate when we always meet this criterion, but I believe that there are likely some inability from the applicant to actually understand exactly what the law was in this case, and with several years without it being noticed, I believe we can state that it meets that particular criterion. And for criterion 7, that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, the comprehensive plan is not compromised by the granting of this variance, so I believe we meet that criterion. And in making this motion, I would add the one recommendation made by staff, or special condition made by staff.
Second.
Very good.
Which one? Which one you want?
Whoever else wanted it.
He didn't give me a chance to open my mouth, so it's been properly moved in second. You did it, Mr. Neal, okay. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you so very much. Sir, your application has been approved, and you will be getting information from the staff within 10 days letting you know the next steps of the process, okay? Thank you. Good night. No, I did not.
I mean, if they don't come here arrogant and stuff like that, let's give them a try.
No. Okay, so our next case, BZA 02-25-00848. Ms. Working.
All righty. The applicants and property owners, Gary J. and Susan E. Gilberti, are requesting a variance to remove a 46-inch DBH diameter breast height grand live oak tree near an existing single-family residence at 1159 River Road, TMS number 31100000057 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and the adjacent properties to the east and west are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The 1.7 acre property contains a single-family residence and detached garage accessory dwelling unit that were constructed in 2023 per Charleston County records. The property contains a 36-inch DBH grand red maple tree
God, look at that tree.
and 6 grand live oaks in the front, a 28, 28, a 30, 33, 38, and 40. The rear of the property contains 3 live oaks, 26, 26, and 46, for a total of 10 grand trees. The applicant property owner plans to preserve all of the grand trees except for the 46 that's closest to the house, and this tree is a grade C tree.
Grade what?
C. Yeah. And the applicant's letter explains, it is our desire to remove 1 grand oak that is adjacent to our home. The tree was improperly protected while being pruned, and while the house was built 2 years ago, we just purchased the home in September of 2024. We feel like the tree has been stressed and could be a danger to the home. This is the Zeldar 300-foot radius. This is the most recent aerial we have. And the property was posted on March 14th. And here's some pictures of that tree, the 46-inch. And then the pictures of the trees in the rear that they're saving and the ones in the front, some of the ones in the front. Also, pictures provided by the applicant. And then plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated it may meet 1 through 4. It meets 5, and it may meet 6 and 7. We did receive 1 public comment in opposition for this case. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make a decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, we have some suggested conditions. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 46 dBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of Zeldar, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet. I don't know if we need that condition. Do we need that condition? If he's... No, I'm asking Kyle, sorry.
To my knowledge, this a pool was going to be built on site, so maybe throughout the duration of that building.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because they're not building anything right now, but like Kyle was saying, in the future they plan to build a pool in the backyard, so we would need tree protection for that at that time for those trees in the back. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of the construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. And that's my report, and do you have questions?
Thank you, Ms. Workin. Mr. Nelson?
I can't get my mic on.
It shuts off at 8 o'clock. There you go.
Here we go. Miss Working, so just so that I understand, the house was originally started by somebody else and wasn't finished, and they purchased it in its current state of construction?
I think it was finished when they bought it.
It's completed, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But he just purchased it in 2014.
Okay.
Or, sorry, 2024.
Any questions down here?
September 2024.
Yes, sir.
This will probably be for the applicant, but I wanted to find out ahead of time if we've already found it. Is we taking this tree down because of the danger to the house, or are we getting ready to build a pool down the road or make an addition? If you don't know, we can ask the applicant.
I think for both, but
Okay.
yeah, it's his reason in the
Right.
letter of intent
I'm
was
sure
that.
he'll expand on it for me during this time.
Yeah. And I know he's willing to plant more trees too, so you could ask him about that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Working. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions of staff? Very good. Please come forward, sir. Please state your name and address for the record. And tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Gary Gilberti. I live at 1159 River Road in beautiful Johns Island, 29455. My wife and I purchased the property in September, this past September of 2024. The house had been built about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. I believe that the prior owner built it for the purpose of selling it. We love the property. We love living on the water and, just really enjoy it and enjoy all the other trees. It's just this tree was not preserved well during the building of the house, apparently. And a lot of the major branches were removed of it. It leans over my house, which causes a little concern for us, given hurricanes and major storms that come through the area. Yes, we do have an intention of doing some things in the backyard, of putting a pool at some point. But that's subject to kind of what we are allowed to do. We have every intention of mitigating. We're willing to plant, as you can see, the roadside of our property has lots of open area. I could plant, in fact, I'd rather have a lot more trees there so I can block River Road and from sound and traffic. It's kind of crazy. And we just, we love the country setting and we have no intention of taking any other trees down or damaging any other trees. We just would like to take care of this one, causing concerns about both the house and our future ability to improve our yard. I'm open to any questions.
Now you said,
excuse me, Kyle did come out and look at it. He did say the tree was stressed, but otherwise healthy, as did another arborist.
and you said River Road is a country road?
Well, no, not anymore.
Okay, all right.
we like
I just
down-
thought you were trying to play a word there,
Like another country.
No, hey, this is rural compared to where we came from. so.
Okay, all right. So we have a few questions. I'll start over here on my right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, so the tree is in the front yard, correct?
No, it's actually in a side yard. The house faces the water. The tree, as you're facing the water,
Okay.
is to the left.
Okay.
Just adjacent to the house. It's about 25 feet from the house.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
The one in
Okay.
yellow.
But where's the pool gonna go?
In the middle of the backyard, towards where those other two, we would stay off
Okay.
where those other waterfront oaks are.
And I've got you, on record here, you know what the setbacks are back there and all
Yes,
the.
yes.
OCRM.
We won't be
You need a
addressing
permit
those
for a
issues
pool.
down the
No,
road, right?
no, we have a pool contractor who's well aware of all of this, and
You're aware of it.
yes, we
Okay.
are.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions? On my right? On my left? Yes, Ms. Smith.
For planting trees and mitigation, are you planning on planting native trees that are native to the area?
I'm fine planting oaks. I'm fine planting crepe myrtle or other things that would cause a barrier for us as well as improve the lot. I'm willing to do oaks.
Okay. Native plants are really good for our local ecosystems.
I'm fine with that.
Any more questions to my left? Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Since there's nobody else in the room, I'm not gonna go through the other spiel, okay? Yep, okay, and I'd like to have a quick one. Yes, sir.
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, in this case, it's BZA 02-25-00848. I move that we approve the variance request to remove the ground oak. That's a grade C tree on the side of the house. It's leaning towards his house, and limbs go over the top, and it could create a danger of both structural damage and physical harm if the tree were to fall on the property. The application is governed by Zelda Chapter 9.2. Jurisdiction is proper, and as is notice, again, we've got an express intent to mitigate, although I probably wouldn't require it in this case, or wouldn't suggest it, but the applicant has indicated he was going to do this. The criteria set forth in 3.10.6, 1 through 7 have been met. We've had the benefit of seeing the photographs, a very good investigation by staff. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions relating to this tree, and he's got other trees that he has no intent to remove, and in fact plans to plant other trees. Number two, the conditions don't apply generally to other properties in the vicinity. Number three, because of these conditions, the application would unreasonably restrict utilization of the property, meets that criteria in my mind very clearly. Number four, this will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties of the public good. In fact, it has no detriment as far as I can tell. Number five, this is clearly met. We're not going to grant a variance, effect of which would be to allow establishment of a use not otherwise permitted. Number six, the need for the variance is not result of the applicant's own actions. I'm fond of using sports analogies. You've got to play them as they lie, and you've got a tree that doesn't need to be there, especially in its current condition. Number seven, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance in Charleston County. So it'd be my privilege to make this motion for approval subject to the conditions. Again, I wouldn't have required mitigation in this case, and there are other options that are available, but I'm not going to want to stay in the way of mitigation. So I would make this motion subject to the three recommendations by staff.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss? Oh. So one opposed.
One opposed.
What? It's late, or I need to really get my eyes checked, okay? So, but it is approved. Congratulations. You'll get information from the staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night. Ms. Working, what do we have for next month?
So we have 8 again. Oh, sorry. I'm fine meeting at 4, 4:35, whatever you prefer. We have 4 SDRs, and the other 4 are residential setbacks, are residential. They're not related to site plan review.
Okay.
So that's why Sally's not here today. So she probably won't be here next month either.
Okay. That's great.
So it's kind of up to y'all what you think. I can't predict exactly how long these meetings.
Does 4 o'clock work for you folks? I know some will still come in a little late, but will 4 o'clock work? Anybody opposed to doing 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock.
Okay.
Gets us home a little early.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, great. Anything else for this body? Yes, sir,
I've got
Mr.
a couple
Brown.
of questions. I don't know if this needs to be on record or just make a request to you, but so the resolution on these things, when I'm trying to read them, is very low.
Really?
I can't read
Okay.
like it's not the brightness, it's the resolution, and it's every one of these separate PDFs. Like if I zoom in on the site plan, I can't read
Okay.
live oak, 36-inch, whatever it is. Every single one of mine tonight have been that way.
Okay.
At 4 o'clock.
So
Well, we might be able to, what we could probably do is put the, just the site plan itself on there. That might be better. Because like the ones I'm looking at look good on here. They don't look great up there, even though it looks good on here.
I can't, I mean, it's on his screen too, so it's not just mine. Like if
Okay.
I zoom into this site plan, the
It gets blurry.
resolution's really blurry.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at that because maybe it just needs to be on its own.
Thank you, guys. Meeting adjourned.
So-
Great, thank you.
Do you understand what we're saying? Like we'll have to do it as one, but then, yeah.
Great job.